Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Hey, Vanessa, good to see you. And Dear Love Survival, good to see you too, my friend. And PB, good to see you. You know the drill. I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual, and I hope you guys had a great week. And we have actually a guest already in the basement, so I will put him up straight away. And we have actually Guardian Fitness.
Or is it? Hi, Shadow. Thank you for having me up on the. It's good to be with you guys here. Speaking about fitness, I'm actually going to go get myself some ice cream quickly. So just give me 2 minutes and I'll be
no problem.
Back. All right.
Hey, Magic Acres, good to see you. Well, sometimes have to be the first. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother.
Yeah, it's fitness ice cream, preparedness veteran. It's a chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry flavored. So it's got all that nutrition in it from the fruits.
Yeah.
You know, from the
now
strawberry.
You make CR hungry too.
I'll be right here, guys. Good to see everybody.
The stuffed manicotti is in the oven. It should finish in 2 hours. Well, that's good. How are you doing, PB? How are you doing, Vanessa? Dear Love Survival, how are you doing? I hope you guys are good. Not even 5 minutes in. Yeah, I know, CR. I have chocolate fudgicles in the freezer. Okay. Well, that good sounds good too, Magic. We wait a couple of more minutes and see how many will join the stream before we get into today's topic, guys. You know, PB, you know the drill. Honey and lemon, huh? That's good. Doing okay. This cough does not want to leave. Yeah, that can be pretty stubborn. Hey, PB, good to see you.
Hey, Shadow. How you doing?
No, see,
me all right?
Yeah, I can hear loud and clear. Now, see, I will get even more hungry.
I'll just change my picture.
Yes, you can see that.
I'll change it to another one. Hang on. I've got one lined up for tonight. So, hang on.
Yeah. The gray zone, flipping dirty cities. Not really. We get into that in a moment, okay? CR says, crave food, lol. Vanessa says, honey's drops are made here in Connecticut and are hard candy drops filled with honey inside. They help. Yeah, those are good. So, yeah, a Spartan, that is good.
No, that's Talos.
Yeah.
Talos was a mechanical machine built by one of the gods that roamed around autonomously, like an autonomous robot protecting the island of Crete. If anyone's ever seen Jason and the Argonauts.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, they'll know what it is.
But anyway, I think we can begin to get into today's topic. We are enough people in the stream now. So, well, Vanessa, Kitty, what is a gray zone? Hey, Sandy Robinson, good to see you. A gray zone is when a country are in a state. It's not peace and it's not war. It is something in between. That is what a gray zone is. And what happens when you a country are in that state of a gray zone is a rogue country will use cyber attacks, will use people, extreme groups, and use them for sabotage in your country. I talk about violent extreme groups. And it's sabotage, terror attacks, disruption, disinformation, hybrid warfare. It is a lot of issues.
Yeah. So there's a couple of different types of grey zone, different contexts. You got grey zone warfare. I think that's what you're indicating. You're talking about, Shadow.
Yeah.
And you've got. I've heard this sort of indicated in various books and stuff like that. Grey zone preparedness as well, which is almost two different things. So you got grey zone warfare, which is a level of conflict below the level of forceful interaction, like wars, stuff like that, underhand dealings. And you got grey zone preparedness, which is ambiguous events and the uncertainty zone in between prior, immediate, and after sort of a disaster. So you're talking about emerging threats and complex emergencies, sort of long-term scenarios, stuff like that, when you're receiving limited information. So I believe they're quite two different things. But so you're talking about grey zone warfare tonight, Shadow.
There's another, I believe, if I may just add, hello, preparedness veteran. Good to see you.
Hello.
So I think that, with the mobile gray zones where they have those, mobile carriers that completely nullify all signals as well, signal jammers essentially, and those create like a radius of like a gray zone essentially.
Welcome, Prepper for the Ages. Good to see you. And gray zone, when a state is country is in the state of a gray zone, the espionage, it's a lot of things like that. Intel gathering from a rogue country. So it's
Great. I mean, grey zone.
Go ahead, PB.
Yeah. So, in the context of sort of grey zone warfare, it's the point in which nothing's clear, and any hostile country performs all sorts of insidious acts against you without direct sort of interaction and conflict, and they do it in such a way where there's deniability. So they're using third parties, So it's a level of conflict below interaction, and these people use things like economic, financial acts, commercially sensitive information, stealing secrets, subversive political acts. But for instance, like creating or covertly exploiting trade unions and NGOs, for instance, as a front for their own sort of gain. And it can extend to things like information operations, which has been going on for years. I mean, info ops has been going on since communications were involved.
Hey, Anne, good to see you.
But now we've got the internet. It's easier. It's an easier tool for them because they can use false websites. They can plant snippets of lies, try to sway the population.
Yeah. The idea is to disrupt the country's infrastructure, like transports, like your power stations, and
that's one effect. I was indicating a couple of weeks ago different effects that
it depends on
people pursue. So one effect could be a direct result of power disruptions and website disruptions and stealing information and stuff like that. And the other effect could be swaying a portion of the population to think in a certain way where they, for instance, they vote for the particular party that a country wants in power as opposed to the opposite sort of end of the spectrum. And
influence operations.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So diplomatic and financial information tools, for instance, all part of a larger sort of aim and goal. And this sort of concept of warfare has been, it's quite relatively new on the scale of things, because just about everyone's got access to the internet, and everything they look at the internet can be influenced in some way, shape, or form. And a lot of people are now waking up to the fact that mainstream media, for instance, you're only seeing what they want you to see. I mean, the individual reports may be of good quality in some certain situations, but they're deciding what you're going to see in the first 5 or 6 big stories of the night. If anyone watches sort of the mainstream news, for instance, so it's selective swaying, and there's a term for it. I can't think of it offhand. It's like social engineering, if you like, but towards a goal that benefits adversaries as opposed to yourself. And we do it as well to other countries. Some people used to call it propaganda, but it's a step beyond propaganda at this stage. And like you say, it can have a physical result as well. So the physical results could be inducing riots onto streets, for instance, disrupting countries from within. The art of war, China. Why get involved in direct conflict with anyone when you can erode a country from within and do it that way, for instance? And the other effect could be, like you say, infrastructure takedown, erosion, or collapse as well.
Yeah.
It's a very insidious set of tools and methods that these people employ in these countries, and no doubt there's so many strands to it that it's you can't. It's very, very hard to counter it as well. All you've got to do is put a seed of doubt in someone's mind, and the trust factor starts to go. You will get to the point now where no one can believe anything they see, hear, or look at or read on the internet, because is it a real story, a fake story? Who's it come from? Is the source credible, and all sort of stuff? Trust has just eroded so much, and you could really sort of pin it back to, if you were to follow the trail, and you're good enough to find the source. Where's it come from? Russians, Chinese, North Korea, etc. Yeah.
So you can basically, what companies can do is they can send out bots, and the bots just create fake profiles, and they create fake profiles. Like in the thousands and tens of thousands at the same time. And the bots are there essentially to corrupt things. So what could happen within this year is that everything that we know within the space of like a week could absolutely fold in on itself. And that's why I'm saying like this year is such an important year as well. And I'm not saying that lightly. Like if you look at everything, the way that things have changed, like there are so many different things that are on the go and on the ball and consistently developing across and around the world. This is one of the most like intense years ever when it comes to any sort of artificial intelligence, general AI, machine learning, all of those topics. And as soon as things are able to, start galloping forward, like the amount of tech that we're going to be able to have, the two main things is this with the gray, with the zone as well, specifically the gray zone. Like we'll be experiencing one where the gray zone could actually be something that does protect us from this. The gray zone specifically could be something that is able to kind of, nullify the effects of like machine learning and growth in a negative way. And then it's just at the moment, looking at what we're faced with, there's a lot of things that by the end of this year could be very challenging to understand what is really factual and what isn't. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, I agree with you about that, Guardian. It's too much information and it's too vulnerable. After what I heard was that we are heading into a second Cold War. So I believe we are in that already.
We're already there, yeah. If it ever went away. I mean,
Yeah,
I know what Guardian's saying there. You've got key pivotal decision points that are affecting a lot of countries all in the same year. And you got opportunity. So you got like elections going on, which are always disruptive to societies because no one likes to see their own side win or anything like. It's turned into football team politics around the world. And you've got other outside influences trying to steer and manipulate the population of those countries to vote for the other guy, sort of thing. And on top of that, you got the opportunities of massive worldwide events like the Olympics in Paris this year as well.
And so immigration too, the mass immigration occurring in different areas around the world. Sorry, go ahead. I'll hold my thoughts.
Agree. The immigration thing is just completely bizarre, and that's probably a really good example of a grey zone effect that's kicking off right now. I mean, who on earth, if you take an America for example, what president in his right mind would let a country be just flooded with undocumented, unvetted, illegal people, and they just let them in? It's just it's beyond belief. I fear for the future of many countries that this is happening to, because we're seeing it here in Britain, and it's changed the face of the streets within the last year. We've noticed a big change.
So you have if you look into this, Joe Rogan has spoken about it on a podcast quite recently as well. I'm not saying that Joe Rogan is like the Bible, but what I am saying is that there is a lot of things that are quite interesting about that. You have a entire sector of people that have entered a country as well quite recently. There's a lot of things around the world that are just looking more and more. I don't know if you caught what Elon Musk said within the last week as well. Elon Musk was saying that there's definitely at the moment at the flip of a hat that things could get, He referred to another situation that was very similar to what could happen this year.
Yeah. I will follow Elon Musk on Twitter, and in the past, the big hitters like Elon wouldn't sort of broach that subject. But now you're hearing all these people say it. Everyone's talking about this sort of stuff. And when the elastic snaps, it's going to snap big time, and the repair job isn't going to be fast and it isn't going to be great. And it could potentially be a house of falling cards where you've got situations where, I mean, no one can predict what's going to happen. Anyone says, they can predict the outcome of a war, for instance, is completely talking out their backside. It's just impossible. But you could foresee events happening from the infrastructure failing all the way through. Starting off with, say, riots, local infrastructure being destroyed, all the way through to supply chains, and then the information stream. It's
Hey, Nancy, good to see you.
very tenuous, and like you say, Guardian, not only I'll say not only this year is pivotal, but in the natural course of events of things, 2025 isn't a bright year either. You've got the solar maximum occurring and the Gleesberg solar maximum falling in line with each other. So in case people don't know, the sun has got about 7 or 8 different cycles. Going off tangent here a bit, but they're all peaking, all these cycles at the same time next year, mid June to August next year, which could create some really, really big solar activity. And it's bad enough being a human on Earth, getting subjecting your own sort of race to the ins and outs of destruction, self-induced, and on top of that, you've got natural events thrown in as well. So the future isn't looking too good, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and I definitely think that by the time 2025 comes around, and I cannot believe, if at any other stage of my life I had to hear myself say this, I would say that I'm crazy or I've lost it completely. But I don't think that we'll have the same type of lifestyle that we do right now by 2025. And I know that I sound extremely like tinfoil hatty when I say this. I realize that. But I don't know. There's so much going on this year.
Yeah.
So let's see. Maybe the end of the year rolls around and, if there was a very peaceful year and nothing's changed, sure, let's see. But my money is absolutely on things getting really wild this year, really quickly. I don't know when or how it's going to happen, but there's definitely reason enough. And then what you're speaking about now, that is, oh boy, like that is stuff that I was not too privy on. I didn't know all that much about, but I'm glad that we're having this conversation and you're speaking about that, because absolutely at the moment, I mean, if we look back the last time with the Carrington event, and people say, oh, Carrington event, it's been overused in a way. But the thing is, the Carrington event, for what it was, it knocked out Telegram as it is. So if we look at what we could be faced with in the immediate future with anything similar to that, as you say, for next year, we are far more reliant in every single way, like through our day-to-day lives, dependent on technology being, running the way that it should currently. And if it does cease to exist the way that it is, our livelihoods and everything that we know will absolutely cease to exist.
Yeah, such a tenuous society and set of, the current air of every country is so sensitive at the moment. And then you've got Ukraine and Russia, and that's all up in the air. It's just unbelievable. And, going back to grey zone warfare, and grey zone preparedness and all this sort of stuff. We've talked about, we've probably broached this subject many times already, but quality and reliability of information, I always say, is key. And this is particularly essential when it comes to trying to iron out a grey zone sort of stream and influence. Is, people have got to, they've really got to make sure they get a selection of trusted sources. I mean, you can't really trust anything these days, but you can at least make a good informed decision from 3 or 4 different sources. So if something's happening on one stream, news feed, for instance, or one article that you've come across, then people should confirm that with 3 or 4 independent different ones. And I say independent because there's still many people out there who don't even realize that the news or news stories come from a whole host of independent reporters on the ground, and they feed their information back, or they sell their stories to just 3 or 4 or 5, 6, I think, at most, news agencies. And every sort of mainstream media news agency get their news from these news agencies. So it can be difficult trying to find an independent source of information that's going to be reliable. I think the best thing to do for people out there, if they are concerned about a sort of story or an emerging threat for their area, or something that will kick off an independent sort of decision point of action for their preparedness, would be to look at find out where the story is based for a start off. Go to the newspaper feed that comes directly from as locally as possible and as early as possible for that story or that particular event. And then if anyone follows that story, you'll see it sort of evolve, should I say, into a whole sort of other descriptors and stories. So trust is key. People have got to be really critical these days.
It's
really
all
critical.
going to be gotten. And mark my words, we're so close. We're like on the cusp of it being so difficult to discern what is, what is really valid on the internet and what isn't. I mean, already, who really does believe what they hear and what they see on the internet?
Yeah,
but it's going to get so much worse.
We're probably there now. We're probably on, at the beginnings of it now, and
yes, we are.
It's getting more realistic.
Have you seen on YouTube on your recommended pages? You guys might have all seen this already. Those channels with the automated, where they've got just a couple, like 100 views and stuff like that. But there's so many of those videos that are up right now, and they're not even like real videos. They're not real channels or anything. They're just like these automated bot ones that have popped up. You'll pick it up if you start to watch and scrounge around on the internet and stuff as well. Go through a refresh page a couple of times. You'll soon see exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But these bot YouTube videos that have already, like, thousands of being like released every minute.
I've got to the stage now where I don't watch certain videos. I don't go hunting for information on the internet, on particularly YouTube. What the channels I watch are the channels I watch now. It's got to be a damn good channel for me to now subscribe to other channels and to continue on, because you get a talking head on a screen. They're just giving you their opinion and where they're getting their information off, and so on and so on. I stopped watching channels that come up with their own version of the news, for instance, and it's just where do they get their information from? They're just getting it from another mainstream media source, and so on. So it's very, very difficult these days now. Quality, relevance, integrity of information, and this sort of brings us into the grey zone of preparedness, if you like. You're getting all these influences from foreign agencies, commercial sites, governments, countries, and so on. Where does that put a person as a prepper? So people have got to look at it puts a person in their own grey zone. So you got emerging threats, for instance.
Yeah.
And these could include a new novel threat or an unexpected threat that haven't been fully recognized or understood in the past. So like new infectious diseases or cyber attacks, environmental disasters, and so on. So an emerging threat any good prepper out there should have done their own sort of even basic threat assessment. I live in a tsunami zone, for instance. I live in an earthquake zone, for instance, that sort of thing. But it's the other unexpected threats, grey zone threats, which will sideswipe people and potentially cause the biggest damage. So
could one not argue that right now would be the absolute best time to be a prepper in every single way, though? Because if you look at what is happening with the world, like you have so much that is unpredictable at this present moment. So when it does come down to a true like mindset of preparedness, it would essentially mean that you have to like garner or like all the idea that all different possibilities are a reality, where you can really go and understand that there are so many different variables. So right now, if you look at like how many things could fall apart, politically things could fall apart. We could have war. There could be like instability regarding, what is real and what isn't. The gray zone that we're talking about at the moment is a huge part of that. There is so many different things that could come into it. And like, it's just preparedness in its truest form would be being ready for any of that. And honestly, like the further down the preparedness road that you get, you start to truly understand that, less is more in certain ways. That you have to understand how to like planning is very important. Psychology is the psychology of preparedness as well. But that's like a whole different thing. But like, I'm just saying that all of the different aspects about preparedness would make you ready for what is coming at the moment. And if things did fall into a gray zone, like if we got if things really fell apart like globally, right? And we experienced like en masse, like from the elites having their own little bubbles of like technology and advancements compared to the rest of the world, and then we'd all be in our own gray zone essentially, right? Like out of it, in that technology form. It'd just be interesting to see where we're going.
Yeah, I think you've hit it on the head there. Before in the past, people were living, before this big influx of information from the internet, for instance, we were getting selective single line feeds of information from various sources, whether it be through the grapevine, talking to people on the street, or the radio or TV and so on. Now we're just completely swamped. Where do you look? Left, right, center, up, down, left, right, So people, it's great. It's muddied the waters drastically, like you say, and people have got to, definitely become more of an all-round prepper, because you just don't know what's coming next. You don't know what influence is going to spark off the next event and trigger event. It's only in the last, I don't know, 5 years, say 10 years max, that the slightest thing instigated across the world triggers everyone into such a frenzied result. And it's almost to the point where it spirals into a riot. So based on what you said there, people have definitely got to become the all-round prepper because of uncertainty, and they've got to do look at themselves and look at their situation, location, situation, what they've got, their level of training, and go from there. They've got to conduct a risk assessment based on a whole variety of scenarios, and geopolitical scenarios as well. Economic downturns, I don't know, technological risks, political disaster, and all this sort of stuff, instability. And the end result, what is going to be the end result out of all this sort of disruption? It will come down to some sort of physical events, really. And probably it'll start off with riots or something like that, but that's a guess. But yeah, an all-rounder is definitely the way ahead these days.
And I don't mean to instill fear upon anybody either, but I would say that right now is the time. So in a long scale version of this, essentially right now would be the time to just check your bags that you've packed already. If we're going on a really long hike, like in terms of a prepper, right? Like right now would be the times, like if you look at the different stages of when you try and make sure that you've got all the equipment that you could possibly need within a, you know, rational and logical mindset as well that you can still carry with you. Make sure that you're just getting, and I mean this, if you need to go do dental work, go get your dental work done right now. If you need to go do the last little touch-ups on what you might need to do, I've never warned anybody and said that there's any year specifically that people need to rush and get everything, the last minute things done. But go get your health checks where you can. Go make sure that you stock up on medication that is available, and obviously through the right formats as well, through the right measures. But make sure that you do all those last little things that you could possibly do now. Make, like, even with the food rotations, stock up and freshen up and refresh and get an extra item or two on your food rotations. Make sure that you got water filtration as well. How good is your water filtration system? When last did you stock up your med kit? There's a lot of things that your first aid kit needs to be a priority. There's a lot of things that right now, have you got like socks? And I'm not even joking about this. Have you got socks for all the members of your family in like enough that you've got multiples of them? Check your bag before we go, like essentially into the fray. It is what we're facing right now. So go do that dental work, go do that last minute touch up stuff. And if at the end of the year, what I'm saying isn't warranted, you never need to listen to me about speaking about any other year again. That is how much trust I have in what is potentially coming up ahead of us. So when I say this, I'm not saying it lightly. Make sure that you do all the last minute things that you could possibly need to do, because I just want everybody that's in this community as well. I care about you guys. I know that it's strange that I do, but I really do. That's why I spend my Saturday evenings here. Like, you know, there are other things that I could be doing, but I definitely choose by far you guys. And I just want you to know that, like, you all mean a lot to me. So what I'm saying is go do that last minute preparation stuff for you.
Yeah, I've definitely ramped up my my preparedness sort of regime this year, and I'll continue to do. It's compare this year to 3 years ago. It just doesn't even compare. 3 years ago, say I was bar COVID, for instance. You know, I was preparing for the usual sort of natural events and emerging viruses and that sort of stuff there, but now it's just completely changed. You know, I think look at people have got to look at their skills as well, look at their development, look at their learning curve, focus, you know, acquiring a new diverse range of skills that will be properly valuable in uncertain situations. First aid, medical training, self-defense skills, all the way through to wilderness survival skills, basic engineering and repair skills. Fitness, definitely. Fitness, your number one prep. I mean, I was lucky, for instance, I don't know what kicked it off, but I've always been on top of things in terms of health and dental and that sort of stuff and fitness. Just before COVID, the January, I thought, right, I'll get myself registered at a dentist because I just went into a new area and just have a, you know, get a good checkup. So I hadn't seen a dentist for about 5 years beforehand. So got registered with this dentist, got a checkup, nothing needed doing, but I knew then, you know, the tick in the box, I was okay. Literally 2 months later, 3 months later, lockdown occurred. That was it. There was no dentist then here for over a year. And I know people that I've talked to online, a couple of neighbours, their fillings came out, broken teeth, this sort of stuff. I know a guy who was in pain for weeks. You know, and if anyone's had a real bad tooth problem, they know that nothing else matters apart from getting that tooth fixed. So, you know, I'm not saying to people would go out there and become a dentist or anything like that, but at least have the basic knowledge and tools to, you know, there's only so much you can do, you know, repair a filling, for instance.
Hey, Black and Roll. Good to see you, brother.
Identify when something's turning bad, you know, you're starting to get an infection in your tooth and things like this. Basic sort of recognition and repair. Get a book. Download the Where There Is No Dentist and books and stuff like that. And better still, print it out or get a hard copy. Yeah, it's just skills. People have got to get their skills in order.
That book can make you such an asset alone in terms of skills, because skill trading could be a thing, right? You understand that? Obviously you understand that, but like a person needs to understand that skill trading could be a thing. And a book like you just mentioned now would go so far, because if we do have limited access to what is available online, then those type of books could literally turn you into an asset. Could be one of the best skills that you could ever have, because that's true. Once you go down with toothache, goodbye to everything else. And it's still, I've never been brought to my knees in a cold shower because the water ran out, crying and weeping because of a dry socket when it came to dental. I've been through a lot of different types of painful things in my life. I guarantee you a lot more than I should have. And I've really been through like the mill when it comes to my body's fully scarred. I've got a lot of like things that I've been through, but nothing comes close to a dry socket like dental like that. You just cannot do anything else. Like it really brings you to your damn knees.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Those who know.
I had toothache myself, and that was not fun.
I'll tell you a story, right? I probably told you this already. Must have been back in 2003. I had a toothache, went to the dentist, and he said it's got to come out, the tooth. And it was a bottom left molar. And this is a dentist in a controlled environment, anesthetic, etc., etc. The tooth, when it eventually came out, it came out with a piece of jawbone attached to it because it had fused to the jaw. And I had to have stitches in the gum to repair the hole it had come out of. And it didn't stop bleeding for a couple of days. It was oozing, weeping. I can't imagine that scenario in SHTF or without access to a dentist. That is just hideous. And, you know, on top of the pain and suffering that you're going to be exposed to with that sort of event, you then got an increased infection risk, which then, you know, can kill you then. You're looking at a life or death sort of scenario if it leads down that route and you haven't got any sort of remedy for it. So, yeah, so the bottom line is to people out there, look at your skill set. Every little goes a long way, and do something about it, really. But on top of that, you know, stockpile resourcing, you know, make sure you've got your essential supplies in there, food, water, medications, emergency supplies, enough to sustain you and your family for not just your predicted event, but extended periods as well, extended periods of disruption. And on top of all this, you've got to effectively manage your stockpile, regularly check it, regularly test it, put dates when you last checked it, and come up with some sort of management regime for that sort of thing. Don't go into a cupboard once every couple of months. Oh, that's gone moldy now, I'll replace that. You know, it's too late. Yeah. That's sort of bad management and waste of resources, really.
Yeah, exactly. Not just that, but it does in all aspects of survival situations. You'll need to be highly resourceful, and already you should learn now to make sure that you're not wasteful. So that food rotation is super important. Yeah. So the question that's been posed, that's highlighted on the screen at the moment, I'll answer that just for a moment here. And then I think that Shadow might have a thought on that as well. So from Shadow, would you like to go first? Because I can hold my thought.
Go ahead, Guardian. Go ahead.
All right, sure. Okay. So to answer this correctly, every single combat situation that can be avoided should be avoided, first of all, right? So when it comes to any sort of confrontation regarding firearms, you should avoid those at all costs. Now, if you do end up in those situations as well, there are ways in which to, if you are doing it through the legal means and legal measures, which you should always apply to, because the last thing that you want to do is a prepper that's sitting behind bars, because then you can do nothing. So what you should obviously do is do all that you can do within the legal means, and you go through it in those ways. And what you do is you make sure that you, say, for example, apply for hunting licenses where you can acquire like a firearm or two. So you do want to make sure that you do have something, because the last thing that you want to do in a situation where people are approaching you with firearms and you have nothing whatsoever, you don't want to be caught with your pants down. So essentially you want to make sure that you've at least got something. And there are means and ways in which to do, like, it's a very, very thin line to walk on this topic, obviously, for good reason. But what I will say is that everybody has to sleep sometime. And what you should do is avoid combat as much as you possibly can until the moment that you can have the upper hand. So what I'm saying is just be very, very cautious in all your affairs, in all situations, have a complete understanding of, like, in actual prep situations, real SHTF, you should have been spending so much time on Google Earth till you were blue in the face about your region around you. Right now, we've got the technology to landscape and to understand our territories and regions in ways that you could never before. So if we're not smart enough to take advantage of that and to understand exactly what the landscape is around us in every way possible, where the water sources are, where places are that are feasible. And then what you do is you go hike those areas too. You do a complete surveillance of the areas around you. You make sure that you understand what caching systems would look like. You go and look at all, like, the hard targets, soft targets, make sure that you have complete, like, surveillance of everything. And then when it comes down to what your question is that's posed there, you make sure in every way that you avoid those combat situations as much as you possibly can, because the best combat situations are ones that are avoidable. And I don't mean to say, and you stay trained as well where you possibly can, because it's pointless to have any sort of thing like that and not know how to use it, because then you may as well have nothing. So yeah, just stay and never reveal that you're training in any way like that either, specifically in countries that you're not supposed to be. So that's the last thing I'll say on that.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. I think a lot of people get the impression that we're not allowed to own guns in UK, and it's completely untrue. There's a whole host of weapons that people can own in UK, firearm ownership, and people will be surprised as to what you can own. You can actually legally own a Barrett 50 cal if you like, all the way from a pistol to a shotgun to AK-47, etc., different variations. But there's caveats on that. You've got to have a valid reason. You can't just have a firearm because you want to have it for defense. So, and there's all sorts of legal loopholes to get those sort of weapons. But yeah, as the Emperor of Mankind says there, you've got to do it legally. Exactly what he said, basically. But when it comes to defending yourself, we're going off topic here a bit, but you can use anything your means at your disposal at hand to defend yourself. No one is saying you cannot defend yourself, especially in UK. It's a given right. So, yeah, you just can't.
It's a good point, Shadow.
You've just got
a knockout spray.
Knockout spray. I mean, each country has different rules and regulations to what you can use, what's available, etc., etc. The only real thing in UK, for instance, is you cannot have a weapon specifically designed for self-protection. So I don't think we need to go any further than that.
Yeah, the range for this is 4 meters, and it's a gel that comes out of it with dye, so that sticks on that one who tried to attack you, and he will not get that color off his face in 3-4 weeks. So
yeah, we got similar things to that legally over here. They're classed as a criminal identifying marker spray. But
yeah, that is what it is.
So people out there, look at your own laws in your own country, because at some point in the future, no matter what the event is, it will come back to bite you. Whether that's the law re-emerging and re-establishing a framework of law and order, or people and reprisals and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, but I mean, skills, definitely skills and resources. And, you know, you got to have financial preparedness as well, diversify your investments and stuff like this, because what we're talking about, you know, the grey zone of warfare or grey zone warfare, you don't know where the next emerging threat's coming from. So you've got to diversify, particularly your financial preparedness. If you financially go down the tubes, then what else have you got? What's your income stream going to be? You know, you could have stocks and shares, you could have precious metals, real estates, you could have houses to let out and all this sort of stuff, secure job, pension, etc., etc. But have some form of contingency, because you just do not know what's coming. And people are slowly but surely finding this out. Yeah. So the fallout from any sort of threat is that everyone sort of thinks about is not only, I mean, you've got natural disasters, which are destruction of frameworks and services and stuff like that. But on the other side, human-induced disruption will probably come down to you protecting yourself, your real estate, your family, and so on and so on. So have security measures, secure your own home, have some sort of investment in the security system, and develop a contingency plan for evacuation or, relocation if necessary. But yeah, the uncertainty is a big thing. And like Shadow says at the beginning, hybrid warfare is the name of the game these days. If it gets to the point in which a country has found to cause a direct effect on another country in terms of, say, infrastructural blackout or disruption, then you could probably guarantee the escalation is going to be quick, because every country out there will have the feelers out, the intelligence sources out, not only actively pursuing their own grey zone warfare, but countering it as well. So hybrid warfare is the name of the game at the moment. And the more underhand and under the radar it is, the better for them, because it's plausible sort of deniability, really.
I would argue that almost all wars, Dario Love, I'd argue that almost all wars are proxy wars at this point, to some extent.
Yeah, there's not many direct action at the moment. I mean, you've got Russia, and they boldly sort of invaded, if you like. Some would even argue that terminology. And then, if you're on the Ukrainian side, what do? You either let them steamroll over you or defend it. And then the proxy sort of side of it comes into effect, where is it in your best interest to let Russia win or Ukraine win? How do you let that happen? So a series of sort of propaganda strands, social media influence, social engineering, all the way through to financial support, weapon support, training support, etc., etc. Yeah, it's a strange world. It's a strange set of scenarios. Definitely, it's.
2 weeks ago, I was on a class for my VRG group, but that was more like of a repetition for me. Was about municipality knowledge, and at the end of that class, the guy who held that class, he said that we are here in Sweden are in that gray zone at the moment. So that is the state we are in at the moment. And so gray zone war.
They were indicating
gray zone for many years. before anything happens. So
They were indicating a period of uncertainty from the moment you joined NATO. Is that, or the lead up to it? Was that their indication?
we have been in the gray zone for a while now.
Right. So the point in which,
But it will escalate. It will escalate now when we are the full members of the NATO.
Yeah. So the point in which other nations or external viewers didn't know where you stood until now, which you've taken a side, so to speak, of NATO, and it's put you in the firing line and ramped your sort of vulnerability up the scale in terms of you're now open to the same level of grey zone warfare as the rest of NATO and surrounding countries. Yeah.
And we will probably see more of espionage, maybe terror attacks, maybe more cyber attacks against larger companies and hospitals and every important companies that runs the infrastructure. So
yeah, go for it, preparedness veteran.
I was going to say the key word that always springs to mind is subversion. Subversion using underhand tactics against each other, using insurgent migrants, insurgent forces, every aspect, influence. It's I mean, this has gone on for years, sort of, since the Greeks and Romans, probably.
So when you have problem to invade a country, what are you? You have only two options, basically, maybe three. The first option is cyber attacks and make sure you find violent extreme groups in that country, and you pay them to sabotage some certain companies or special areas that are vital for our infrastructure to work. So
the real good grey zone tactics are the ones that you can't pinpoint where they come from.
Exactly.
I mean, an example is the illegal migration route, the illegal immigrants that are flooding into America.
Hey, Howie, good to see you.
The outcome can never be good. And you put in increasing resources onto a country. And the example is that these people are being, well, they started off flying into, I think it's Venezuela, who had a loose immigration policy, and there's like a 14-day rule that overrid this. And they were going through this Dorian Gap. But what's bizarre, you got aid agencies, NGOs, which are funded by the American people, that were aiding these people going through. They were giving them maps, and on these maps are water points, safe routes, trails, where to go, river crossings, all this sort of stuff. So it's being aided all the way through, and they get to the border and they're just letting them straight in, knowing full well that the longer term consequences are going to be overloading of infrastructure, overloading of all sort of education, police, and all other systems. It's just completely bizarre, and someone somewhere along the line is enabling this to happen. Who is the question? And this is why.
Hey, Second Star. Good to see you.
Second Star, you're right. So if you can't identify the direct result of who's doing it, that means they're doing a really good grey zone operation.
Yeah, so that would definitely be your society and whoever it is. So if you look at any sort of time throughout history where people have held a certain amount of power, you would see that the best thing that you could say, for example, Shadow Scouts, Preparedness Veteran, and I hold complete power at the moment. All right, the smartest thing that we could do is hold on to that power, and we would never let it go. So our lineage and our families could hold on to it forever. That's really the most logical thing that you could do, and the smartest thing that you could do. And the only way for you to be able to like obtain a high level of power specifically would be to have an extremely high level of intelligence. Correct. So what you do is make sure that your families forever and ever can hold on to that, and that's basically like what's happened at the moment. So the whole like fact that the red and blue balloon, correct, so they want you to look at the red balloon, and the red balloon is everything on the news, it's the media, it's everything that's going on right now. And then obviously the blue balloon is what really matters and what the truth is. And none of us ever look at the blue balloon. And I don't know what the blue balloon is. Like nobody does, like except for those people specifically that are in those powers. And I know I sound like a conspiracy theorist. I don't care. Like this is obviously just fact that everything that's being run at the moment is all being run from behind the curtain. And whoever it is so good that nobody knows. I truthfully do not know. All I know is it looks very suspicious, as though there is people that are like puppeteering and orchestrating everything from behind the curtain. I also wanted to go back on something that was mentioned in chat. Hello, by the way, Second Star. Very good to see you. I also wanted to go back to something that was mentioned earlier from what somebody said as well. And if you are still around, and I don't know if you are, but you were speaking about, and if you just give me 2 minutes. So you're speaking about, capability as well, and people's ability to almost, be valuable in a SHTF type scenario like that. First off, I want to say that it has a lot to do with the lack. I can be as fit and strong and trained as possible, and a tree can fall on the room that I'm sleeping in, or the tent that I've got a hammock to, like some sort of spider can bite me, or some snake. There are so many different types of ways in which I can, like, no matter how fit and strong and trained and all that I can be. But what I will say, in terms of things going like upside down, and in terms of things going really rough, that does come down to a person's spirit and how they treat other people as well. Say, for example, in an SHTF type scenario, I was to choose between a kind person who was like, maybe, for example, yourself, Anne. I don't know who your whole personality type, whatever. But if I was to choose to protect yourself, or to choose to protect some hotshot, arrogant, self-serving, type person out there that is legitimately just out there, didn't give a damn, or somebody who was actually of a kind heart that would offer me, if there was nobody else around, for example, right, real type SHTF type scenario, and it was real desperate situations, I would always protect the person that is kind, and even though you think no, but you should protect like the person that's like more of the hot shots and like, more rugged and whatever, and more well trained, or something like similar to, because I train quite vigorously. But my point is that I'm making is that a person's heart, and a person being somebody that you can actually have proper conversation with and will last for the long term, in terms of, because they're more knowledgeable, they have more advice. It takes a whole bunch of different unique type of people to make the perfect combination. So you've got to make sure that you are always just looking out for the people that have good hearts and that are genuinely caring. And obviously everybody can put up a facade to show that they have good hearts, but a person's intuition can speak for itself too sometimes. Like if you're well tuned enough to your intuition, you should be able to read people in a certain way as well. And that's what I'm saying, is that skills are great, training's great, strength is great, all of it is amazing. But if you are not a person that gets along with others, if you don't have a kind soul, if you are self-serving all the time, if you're arrogant, if you're greedy, if you're malicious, if you're manipulative, if you're somebody that doesn't give a damn about the next person, then you will see your shortcomings in a very, very short time period. So that's what I'm saying. Don't worry about the fact that you might not feel always fully capable on a physical level. That's the least of the things to worry about.
Yeah. And the other option is a rogue country can use is using a nuke but that would be a little bit of a problem. Because
Yeah, I mean,
if someone pulled that button, everybody else would push their buttons. So
yeah, I mean, the concept of grey zone warfare, grey zone conflict, etc., is it employs mostly non-military and non-kinetic tools. You know, it pursues its objectives through subversion and a whole host of integrated sort of routes and campaigns, and it gradually moves towards its objective rather than seeing instant sort of results. It's sort of playing the long game, if you like, and anything else that's gleamed or that comes out of it as a result is a bonus. By the nature of it, it's it's a grey area, and it's a very
it is.
You know, I mean, I can tell you that it's probably a full-time job for many people in each country to counter the grey zone conflict threat.
Oh yeah,
Everything,
they do.
Everything from ECM, electronic countermeasures, through to anti-propaganda measures, losing, winning the information war, etc., and it doesn't have to be directly onto a military or governmental establishment of the opposing country either. You know, or you know, because we're so integrated in each society these days, you could easily target or deprive a facility or function for one company, and if that company is a key enabler in supply chain, for instance, and that gets disrupted or taken out the loop, for instance, then you've achieved an aim, a big aim. You know, we're all reliant on the supply chain and so on. So the rule there says there are the world's banks in the grey zone. Absolutely. If the banking system went down, you know, like we say, you know, grey zone sort of conflict and strategies involves subversive, underhand tactics, non-military use of tools and disruption to achieve its results. And that's, you know, I've seen many examples, for instance, of run up to the election campaign, for instance, any election. The person you don't want to win, or the person a foreign country wants to win, all it has to do is discredit that person. How do you do that? You, through third, fourth, fifth party means, you make a story up, for instance. There might be a grain of truth in it, there might not. But all you got to do is plant the seed of doubt into the voters' minds, and you're starting to achieve the aim straight away. So that's the sort of grey zone sort of warfare tactics that...
Yeah, that is what we call influence operations. You use that against the politicians and the civilians as well. So, well, to make the civilians, can you trust this party? No, he done that and done that and done that.
Exactly.
And did that. We can't trust that party. So we go to the next instead. That they try to lead people to vote on a certain party that is in favor for the rogue country. So
and when it comes to that sort of information sort of stream and steerability, this is what I say, people have got to become critical thinkers, and they have the ability to critically evaluate information and be able to distinguish fact from misinformation or propaganda. That is key, but it's very hard to do as time goes on because of the technological advances and the barriers that stop people from investigating the source and so on. Yeah. But, you know, train, get yourself physically fit, get your health sorted out, your resources, and so on. Just people have got to be in the best place they can be if anything happens. And like we said earlier, you got to be the all-rounder these days. Even if it comes to the ability to strip your own generator down and rebuild it, for instance, self-reliance, the ability to swap information and ideas with other people and neighbors. You get your neighbor could be, or your friends could be, they could have a key skill. Get to learn from them and have the ability to. We've talked about bartering in the past.
Yeah.
Barter skills as well, skills and favors, community build, and start building bridges and so on.
Yeah, that's all about that.
Yeah,
that's exactly all about that. And if you want to, like for longer term, any type of longer term SHTF, you just want as many people as you can. Eventually, you want to try and regrow some sort of semblance of society. That's what you try to do. So even though in the beginning that it would be advisable to kind of avoid, eventually you will kind of have to, out of necessity, start building, more of a community kind of thing as well. So you, in the time being, what you have to do within your community is make sure that you have certain, ideally it should be a secondary effect of being a person that does genuinely care about your community, correct? It does come down to having compassion and sympathy and feeling for other people and feeling like what it feels like to be other people in other people's shoes. And I mean it when I say that, because of coming from a place where we have an immense amount of hunger, as you know, in this country. So what I see on a daily basis and the things that I've seen in terms of people struggling immensely is vast and numerous types of occasions where I've seen people truly destitute. And from my side, it's just to understand that, and then to make sure that you can be a positive impact around as well. And I'm not saying that letting your left hand know what your right hand does and stuff like that, but I'm saying that when you're doing that too, if you're building a good rapport with I'm not saying that everybody will return the favor. You cannot expect that either. But I'm just saying that if you build a good rapport with everybody, I'm not speaking about only like specific members, but legitimately everybody in your community, when things do fall apart, and if you do need the gathering of community as well, you're in such a better position, because you know that you can like have some sort of trust between other people, because you've built that trust pre-SHTF. And then you have the ability to gather people and to build community much faster than if you had to never be engaging with anybody right now. And then now you want to go out there and be people's friends when things are completely falling apart.
Yeah.
That's not going to work. So you have to build community. And I'm just doubling down exactly what this veteran was speaking about there.
Yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. If anyone can argue against that, then I'd like to hear their arguments, because I can't see another sort of strand forward from that sort of aspect of it.
People have skills, and lots of people that you would never believe have certain skills have those skills. Yeah. And you only find out them at like times of need, and then you'll find people that will absolutely surprise you. Like, people genuinely will surprise you if you let them. And that's one of the great things. And I know that trust is extraordinarily hard. I just wanted to finish that off by saying that it's extremely difficult to trust people. I know that it is. And I'm just saying that you don't always even need to trust them, but you can develop a certain amount of respectful like leverage between people as well, where you kind of have similar interests. So that's trust, I guess, in those type of situations. Go ahead, prepared inspection.
Yeah, on top of all that sort of stuff, you've got adaptability and flexibility are key. You got to maintain a flexible mindset and be prepared to adapt your plans and your strategies in response to whatever comes around the corner. And stay open to alternative approaches as well. Be willing to collaborate with others, and find. It's not always a direct solution to something. You'd be willing to find creative solutions to problems. So be adaptable, be flexible, and what comes in hand with most situations is the mental and emotional resilience factor as well. Build mental resilience to cope with stress, cope with uncertainty. There's a lot of people out there at the moment that are suffering with mental problems, nervous dispositions. So, if anyone out there is like that, practice some sort of mindfulness techniques, know how to do it, know how to tell other people how to do it, stress management techniques and stuff like that, de-escalation techniques. I mean, it was only this week I went to a veterans meeting, sort of a veterans sort of coffee morning, and one guy there was really irate, and he was almost at the point of kicking off with people, and the person who de-escalated it was this little old lady in the corner who knew what to say to him, how to say it to him, and just sort of de-escalate the situation. And that's sort of it's that sort of skill sets that will be quite beneficial. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, no doubt there's many levels of grey zone warfare, and different tools and techniques they can use that we don't necessarily see straight away. But like any sort of physical situation in the street, if something looks out of the ordinary and unusual, and it probably is, so everything you see here or read online, question.
So I didn't want to type it in there, and I also ran out of characters, fortunately. But the thing is, the reason why I say that to Javier level there about those points, it does come down to just trying. And I know that there are people that are very difficult for some to understand, and there are obviously people that, no matter how much you try and please people, you will find people that do not like you. And there's also a negative element of if you're being a people pleaser, but you're doing so in a facetious way, and you're not being true to yourself while doing so, then you can also, and that's what people tend to do, is they'll fake to pretend to make people like them, but then they have all of these different characters that they're trying to pretend to be around different people instead of being a person of integrity, and then that's where they do fall apart with that. But if you do genuinely go out there and you have the best intentions for people, and you go out there and you try and be somebody that just tries to get along with people because of trying to understand where they're coming from, it's surprising how you can definitely be on good terms with people. And that's why there's so many different types of people that are out there, and I've really been very lucky in my journey of life in terms of being able to travel as extensively as I have, and not only that, but definitely meet the types of people that I have. And I've met so many different types of personality types, and it's just always been extremely interesting, the way that people are and how they see things from different angles. People are beautiful. I have no other words for it other than the fact that genuinely beautiful. There are so many different types of and all people are. Of course, some people will be will hurt other people. Most of those people are very hurt who will do so. But at the end of the day, we're all just infants and babies, and that we've been shaped by the world around us. And if you can tap into the core aspect of a human and who they really are, you're able to win them over a lot more faster, because honey wins more than, wins people over much faster than vinegar. So that's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, you have a good point there, Guardian, and I can agree with you about that.
And yeah, you're right. There's a comment there. You can't prepare for every scenario. Absolutely, it's impossible to. But you can have a blanketed, preparedness where you have your basic needs and requirements met. So, in other words, your transition between current society where we have our comforts needed and met by the government as well and by society in general, compared to completely being independent in a very rough type of harsh scenario. You would be able to then, in that situation, be able to be prepared for a vast more multitude of things other than only being prepared for, say, for example, hurricanes or that type of prepping. Like, that's why even on that show, what's that stupid show, Doomsday Preppers? Like, even on that show, that they actually ask the people on there to give the show one thing that a lot of those people on that show also like prepare for multiple things, but on the show they made it just to make it more interesting for the viewer. What is your thing that you're prepared for? And then they had to give like one of the main things that they were prepared for. But realistically, a lot of those people, if you look at their preps, they're prepared for like a lot of other things. If you prepare for one thing, usually it does carry over to others.
We've all seen Heartbreak Ridge, improvise, adapt, overcome. That's that's the sort of thing.
Yeah, Heartbreak Ridge. Yeah, I remember that one.
But you know, if anyone's on the form trying to form a base of sort of needs and priorities, look up someone called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And he basically sort of segmented the basic sort of human needs into sort of a bunch of categories. And I've just Googled a picture of it because I couldn't exactly remember what the needs were. But they start off in like a pyramid. So you basically, at the bottom, everybody needs a certain amount of things to live and survive. And that's your psychological needs, your physiological needs. So your air, water, your food, shelter, sleep, clothing, and reproduction. I'm now reading this off of a picture. So everyone needs those to actually live and survive. And you can base your preps around this sort of stuff. So if they are the things you need to actually live and function, then water, food, shelter, sleep, they're quite easy to tick those boxes. You can go out and buy water containers, water purification devices, etc., food, shelter, rotation system, and all sorts of stuff like that. They're pretty simple to do. So you've met sort of like the first need of this pyramid, if you like. And the next one is safety needs. So personal security, employment, resources, health, and property. They don't actually need, when it goes up the chain, you don't actually need those to actually live, survive, and function as a being. But they all come into play all the way up the chain, and they'll sort of interlink with each other. Next one up is love and belonging. So friendship, intimacy, family, sense of connection. And the next level up from that is esteem, respect, self-esteem, status, recognition, strength, freedom, and all this sort of stuff. So I'll drop a link if Shadow wants to put it up there. It's up to him. And then the final tier at the top of it is self-actualization, the desire to become the most that you can be. And you could use it as a framework for preparedness. And if you work your way up the chain and you've ticked all the boxes and you've got everything you need for that whole pyramid of needs, then you are mega prepped and super sorted. I'll just get a picture. Bear with me. So I'll drop it in the private chat for Shadow to.
Yeah, no problem.
That should work, I think.
Yeah, I hope.
If not,
I check it.
Yeah.
I just check it. That doesn't work.
Right, bear with me. Hang on. Let's have a look.
So there's a question posed there, and let me just see if it's. I'm sure they have it in live chat. WB Glock and Roll posed a question there. I don't know if that question's been that one. So realistically, I mean, you're asking panel, correct? Or you're asking somebody specific there?
I think it's a question basically for all of us, I guess.
What do you see as the biggest threat? Such an open question, really. I mean, you could go from the outside in. So go from regional down to localized. The biggest threat will depend on location, obviously. And, you know, if you're living in a natural disaster area, then you're going to be subject to certain specific threats, regionalized. So if you go into the more broader terms, you're looking at sort of cyber threats, disruptions from that aspect of it. Then you balloon it out even more and upscale it. You can go to the nuclear threat, and then into the astronomical threats of, say, solar activity and that sort of thing. But in terms of the biggest threat, I think it will be the complete, you know, the biggest threat that would face everybody, no matter of location, would be, because we're living in such an interlinked world, will be the complete breakdown of the supply chain. You could, you know, so many strands to this. You could argue all sorts of things. It could be the bank system, because we're all interlinked with all sorts of systems. It's going to have an impact across the board in so many ways. It could be the banking system. It could be the. I would argue it wouldn't be the electrical grid, because that would be more regionalized. The supply chain, the banking system, or it could even be the ideology of socially induced riots, for instance, which we've seen spread around the world. You know, a couple of years ago, it was the Occupy movement. Started off in America, then it was Paris, New York, Paris, London, etc., and that spread around. So, socially, I would probably say either supply chain, banking system, or socially induced riots, which has no borders. That's just off the top of my head. Yeah, different. Yeah, but location has definitely got a massive part to play in all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Look at the where do we get all our goods from? China. If a massive event was to happen to China and it disrupts the supply chain, then just about every country in the world is going to be affected, for instance.
Yeah.
And the knock-on effect is going to be, as it trickles down, and lack of resources, lack of goods, etc., the shops start closing, the shelves start getting emptier. You're going to be looking at the end result, which is going to be sort of social disruption on the streets, riots, possibly anarchy, and so on. The collapse of law and order, etc.
See, yeah, those are like logical ones as well, and that makes a lot of sense. Like those are like the practical ways to see things. So for myself, luckily here in South Africa, we get a front row seat to what things could look like, because they happen all the time. So like we get these trial runs, right? It's really fantastic. It's one of the best parts about being where I am, is we get these consistent like tests of what it would look like when things go this way, what it would look like when things go that way. Because I'll be quite frank with you, sometimes our power interruptions are that severe that it would look like a blackout for longer periods. That's happened extensively before. We get long-term blackouts. We get civil riots where that country kind of turns in on itself. And we had it where almost half of our country was bearing firearms and fighting against one another because of a long story. A lot of a situation. One of the people in political, and I will not speak about politics too much, but I will say that one of the political people was kind of in a situation where they were could be freed or not, and it kind of brought a bit of an uprising, and the whole country kind of went into civil discourse. So what I'm saying is, as a South African, fortunately, we do get these little test runs all the time. And when you ask like what would be something that I would actually see as something going wrong, I have very, very strong feelings that at the moment, because everything is done digitally, that all the countries in the world right now are racing, and they are tasked to do so. I mentioned this before, but on a budgetary level, they are absolutely tasked to be at the forefront and the leaders for all of the citizens' sake in their country. They have to, as terms of a military and a civil reason as purposing as well. They've got to make sure that they are the best of the best in terms of all the other countries, because they're all running a race right now, technologically. And the first countries that are capable of bringing out the best technologies in terms of machine learning and all of that type of thing as well, are going to be able to trample other countries. And how would they trample other countries, right? If you ask yourself logically, right now, the best way to do so, if you're at the top, to prevent the other countries from doing so, just turn the lights off. And if the other countries around you, their lights get turned off, you shoot them back into the dark ages, and all of a sudden they cannot be part of that race anymore. Therefore, you gain complete control and power over the progression of any society that you want. Now, any country that is capable of doing so will do so, because if they don't, they're just going to be second place and they're going to be turned off themselves. Countries understand this on a wide scale level. If you wanted to contest what I'm saying, do a little bit of research about it as well. It's very interesting, but that is absolutely my greatest concern, is that we will be in the dark ages sooner than you can think. And that is what I'm saying about the technologies that we do have. Look at investing in things like solar G-Shock watches that will last as long as the sun's shining for a very long time. Look at things. I'm saying,
How comes the watch?
have spare batteries for that. So what I'm saying is prepare for a real long-term SHTF if you possibly can. And that's what we should all try and do, is preparedness, right? In prepping, is always prepare for the max of it. So everything that I'm saying in hindsight is legitimately the life that I live. I also live in a country where we have one of the highest crime rates in the world. We absolutely have crime rates where if you get assaulted, it's also a death sentence, because we also happen to have one of the highest AIDS rates in the world as well. So you pair those together, and you're looking at a very grim and much of a nightmare of a situation where if you don't fend and fight for your survival, then you will have nothing left to survive for anyway. So, yeah.
Hey, Teresa, good to see you, man.
It's what I deal with, right? I'm just really just going guns blazing on this topic, but I'm just letting you know all of the things that I have to deal with and think about consistently. And you asked the question, not me. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't find a way of putting that picture up, Shadow. But basically, if you do a Google search of Maslow hierarchy of needs, you'll see the triangle sort of picture of the requirements.
Three years. Very great, guys. Yeah. What I was going to say was here in Sweden, what's the biggest threat here would be, well, of course, if the banking system goes down, if the food supply go down. First of all, when it comes to food supply, we import most of our food from other countries. And if that gets shut off, we are basically screwed. And we also export a lot of food. So,
yeah, there's so many different strands to it. If you're talking about grey zone warfare threat, it will probably be social disruption and or the power grid.
Shut down the power grid, shut down the banking system, shut down our access to food we import.
Probably through people.
That would
Because
be a nightmare.
if you wanted to take down a country, for instance, via some sort of grey zone warfare angle, then you would do everything you possibly could not to try and get directly involved, which is the key aim. Therefore, you just whip the population up in such a frenzy that it just destroys itself. And we're seeing this sort of result in Britain. We're seeing the startings of it in America, and we're seeing it in many other countries that were traditionally in the past, quote unquote, stable and full of law and order and had various social integrity systems and all that sort of stuff. And now distrust is such that, I mean, here, for instance, the police have just come out and said they're not going to bother with minor breaches of the law because people have already come to the conclusion that the police aren't going to do anything, so they're not going to do anything. It's a green light to people to just do what they like. And social erosion here, for instance, is just going off the scale at the moment. The acceleration curve is massively ramping up. I mean, I'm considering moving location, and it's
Don't
going to
worry,
be
because the whole world is considering moving. Everybody thinks that they've got it worse right now because everywhere is going, as you say, a bit upside down.
Well, this is the thing. See, if I'm in a position to move now, I would, rather than wait for it to happen. People have got to be proactive. I mean, I know there's a lot of people who are in the position where they can't move through various circumstances, but
Right. Yeah.
Even if they can't move, they can adopt measures in place to make their situation better, whether that's community building or getting more self-sustained assets as part of their preps or increasing their skill set more, whatever. But there's definitely, or you get yourself fitter. There's so many things people can do without spending a lot of money, going to drastic measures and so on.
Holding on to stuff like so. The best way that a person can really prepare for long-term SHTF is what is available in society right now that you will absolutely wish that you had that you don't have, right? And I mean, and you really think about it from a day-to-day basis. Take some time and actually, because what happens is we are so caught up in consistently thinking at all times. And then what happens is when you're thinking all the time, you end up thinking about nothing. So your thoughts, we become less mindful. So if you do take time to really just resonate on things, go to a scenic spot and stop thinking. Actively try to take moments where you truthfully clear your mind, even if it's for 5 to 10 minutes of just complete letting go of that consistent running in your head of all of the thoughts all the time. Because believe me, it's actually not always that good for us. And then once we're capable of doing so, you start thinking strategically of what the requirements would be on a day-to-day basis, all right, that you would need when you're actually in that place where you can think clearly, and you think about your day-to-day basis requirements. And then, as I say, what is available with technology right now that is hardy enough to last for a long time, that can only be replicated by modern technologies? Do you know how valuable a diving watch will be? Like a diving watch and a diving compass together, correct? Listen to me when I say that. So diving compasses are extremely rugged and durable. If you have the ability right now to get your hands on a very strong, look at all the technology currently the ways of production that we have to create technology that would not be easily replicated in a long-term SHTF. What are those things? And try and gather those items. Don't gather things that are easily recreated like a tin of freaking beans. Do you know how fast beans grow? The thing is, you've got to think about things for really long term and what could help you to make sure that you have the technology and defensive capability. If it's that, obviously that's one of the main causes as well. It should be one of your highest items on your lists as well, is the ability to defend those that you love as well. But that's not the point that I'm trying to get into. My point is just what is really attainable right now with the use of modern technology that will not be attainable in a long-term SHTF, where the factories have all shut down. Think like that first.
Yeah, something that can't be replicated, definitely. There may not be a period of time where you could go out and get extra goods that your shortfalls that you've missed. This week, for instance, I actively check my preps and evaluate and all the time and train and all this sort of stuff. I was going through one of my boxes today, this week, sorry to say, and I noticed I didn't have a tea or coffee brew kit in one of my boxes. So, big deficit there. And it's always good to have a brew, coffee, tea, milk, sugar, etc., etc. So, that was a tick in the box for me this week. Get your brew kit sorted out. And yeah, as Shadow said there, Guardian, who's on as the Emperor of Mankind, the ability to get yourself off of the internet is quite valuable because people need to reconnect with the real world. And by doing that, they reprioritize what is important in life. It's not until you step outside or walk into the woods or go to the beach and see a sunset, for instance, you appreciate the natural order of things. Where do we fall in that natural order? And you'll soon become aware that we're not necessarily at the top of the food chain. We might be able to have skills such that we can rub two sticks together and create fire. But at the end of the day, the tiniest of organisms can quite easily kill us, like bacteria, infections, mosquitoes, for instance. So detach yourself from the digital world and connect with the real world every now and then. It's definitely beneficial.
Thank you, CR, for dropping PV's link.
Is that right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So if people want to come and visit my channel, crack on. I don't necessarily post videos to any schedule, and I don't necessarily chase subscribers. So subscribe and wait for wait for the next video, basically.
Well, you have so many videos that are timeless, though. That's the thing.
Exactly. I mean, I still get a video that I did 5 years ago that gets over 100 hits a day.
Yeah, that's lovely. You should never have told anybody about that.
Yeah, and that's currently on 17,000.
That is really good.
Yeah, and like you say, timeless videos, timeless information. So information that people will always refer back to or the need or whatever. And that particular video was how to correctly wear a CBRN suit, for instance. And I've had other videos which are all just as good, like watchable, like how to repair a bubble in a compass and how to repair the housing, for instance. That sort of stuff. But if anyone wants to visit and crack on. But if they don't, fine. I'm not really that concerned with if people don't want to watch, don't.
It is a bank of information, and that's the thing that I'm saying about it as well being timeless, is that if you go to a lot of it, that's where, like, as you're speaking about, there's a lot of things that other channels don't have, and I think that there's a lot of value to come to be taken and derived from the types of videos that you have. Even like your mapping videos and stuff too.
Right, so, yeah. I've got plenty more in the pipeline, but it's just having the location and time to do it. But yeah, I think there's a lot of good, valuable information out there on the internet. The last thing I want to do is replicate and copy someone else or just become a talking head on the screen and, and this sort of stuff. Well, you won't see my head anyway, but it's all of value, and Yeah. So what else we got here? Anyone got any comments to add to anything we said so far?
So I just wanted to add to that that statement that's up at the moment. So there is definitely, yeah, there's definitely a couple of people from the US that do come visit on this panel that do show up as well. Bob's one of them that comes up quite a lot, and then we've got Survival, who was up here a little bit earlier too. We've got there's a couple of good people that'll come up occasionally from the US.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good opportunity for people to come on the panel and
And
speak
Dior's
yeah,
comes up.
we got
That would be
Dior's, Second Star in Texas,
Yes.
CR in Canada.
Canadian.
Shadows in Sweden. I'm in UK. Guardians in South Africa. Yeah, it's the good thing about it is you get a good variation of people and different perspectives, because it's not good to just be a yes man and nod, and we don't learn from each other that way. It's getting different angles on different situations and stuff like in different gear, for instance, is definitely a good thing.
Yeah, and this topic, the gray zone. I haven't seen any other in the prepping community have mentioned this topic at all. So that's why I put this up, because very few knows what it really is. They think it's something else, but it's not.
Yeah, when people start to be aware of what grey zone warfare is, they start to wake up and evaluate what they see, read, and hear, and watch on TV, and they suddenly realize, well, they could come to realizations that they've been duped all their lives, for instance, and the situation going on in one country or the situation going on in another country isn't actually what is going on the face value of it. You've got to look at the underhand dealings and the causes. It can there's a danger of this sort of thing spiraling into I was going to use the word conspiracy, but that's the wrong word. That's just a made up word the CIA made up to discredit people. It's you've got to look at the core reasons behind things, and people will be labeled as conspirators and conspiracy theorists for coming up with reasons and ideas to counter the narrative. So don't always follow the narrative. Question everything. Yeah.
Well, you can say that again. The ability to question everything is going to come in handy as well. And it's interesting that the way in which look for the differences. So when the way that AI creates follows patterns, and people can actually learn those patterns, and they can learn to decipher what is real and what isn't. And when it comes to the way AI does things, like even these videos that have recently come up, those Sierra videos, I believe it's part of ChatGPT. They've got that new text to video thing. And then what you were speaking about as well, preparedness veteran, when you were speaking about looking at the hands and like looking at certain elements as well of them. I think it was you that was speaking about it, wasn't it?
Hands.
Okay. So there's these new. It was somebody that.
Oh yes. Yeah. For instance, you can tell. I mean, we're in the early stages still of AI generated images. One instant giveaway is the fact that you tell an AI image generator to create an image of a person or a situation where people are in it. You will see some people have got 3 legs and 2 fingers and 5 fingers and this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a big thing as well. And then also looking for the fact that humans have unique ways of doing things that are unpatterned, like that don't go along with the way that AI does things in patterns for the most part.
Yeah, there's still quite a lot of holes in, let's say, language models as well, image generators and stuff like that, to create the real convincing image or set of images or stories, because people have got to put in quite a detailed set of descriptors or other images to manipulate in order to produce a convincing result. And I don't think it's the everyday person on the street will probably find it difficult to produce such a high quality, convincing result. What I'm seeing now, this is another key point I've just remembered, is a lot of people don't realize that newspaper articles that they see on various news sites, for instance, the Daily Mail, for instance, a lot of these articles are AI generated. And if you read one of these articles, as you read it, you'll start to think to yourself, well, that's not good English for a start off. And you'll start to come across small inconsistencies in grammar, and you'll also come across spelling mistakes as well, real glaring spelling mistakes. And I could call a website up in a second, which I'll drop in the private chat link. And this is an example of an artificially generated news article. It was part of a military sort of blog, but I actually put a comment on the bottom which got taken off this particular site, and I said to him basically, check your information. This is not obviously an artificial generated news story or article. Sort it out, sort of thing, and it didn't get posted, funnily enough. But I'll put the link in the private chat in a sec. So yeah, check for the spelling mistakes, the grammar, and so on, and you generally find that a lot of these AI generated articles, it's lazy reporting, to be honest. And why do they do it?
Is.
Why do they do it? There's no, who's the person on the ground reporting this situation back? It's not. It's just a lot of newspapers have just become almost like comics these days, that they're after the generation of views, loyalty, clicks for advert revenue and so on. So you've got to look past that, because obviously unless the newspaper or newspaper is an archaic word now, the news agency, a lot of these news agencies aren't necessarily owned by the people you think they're owned by, and they've got other interests. For instance, the Daily Telegraph. The Daily Telegraph is just about to be, there's a bid just about to go in for a large portion of the Daily Telegraph to be bought up by a company in the Middle East. And this news agency in the Middle East has got a history of clamping down on the news. The news agency where it originates from, the government in that country have got a history of clamping down on the news feed. It doesn't like people questioning the government or the authority. So this news agency watches what it says. If this news agency is going to buy into another country and dominate,
Hey, AMC Josh, good to see you, brother.
and dominate that country in terms of news feeds, it's going to adopt the same sort of measures that it was back in its host country. And this is underhand stuff. This is sort of the subversion and filtration of information that we're considering here with the grey zone. So, another key indicator, like we said, watch out for grammar, spelling, the size and length of the news report, and where's the source? Who's the person on the ground reporting this? And you can double check all this through other agencies. Like I said, any intelligence agency in the intelligence world, any intelligence agency will not act on one source of information. They'll always seek alternative confirmatory avenues and strands, whatever that strand may be. There's various, radar intelligence, human intelligence, electronic intelligence, and so on and so on. Grey zone warfare, remember, people, we're talking about a strategic level of influence and subversion. It's not necessarily the person orchestrating this within arm's reach. It's done from afar and in such a way that it's very hard to identify the source.
So, are you familiar with the Fermi paradox?
Not really.
So the way that societies are across, and I'll close with this. The way that societies are potentially across the universe is that they are intentionally quiet, because any society that reaches out, there could be something that's out there that makes sure that no societies are connecting with one another.
Right, yeah, it sounds familiar now. Yeah.
So there's that to a smaller degree across countries at the moment regarding like what they're doing behind the curtains. So you can make a argument that there are similarities between those two as well. I just think that in the age of information, we do need to be able to read between the lines. Obviously, it's important too as well. And I really appreciate these conversations as well. It's been a fantastic day that I've had. I went for a nice hike this morning as well, and then just spent a bit of time this afternoon with the family, which is always good. And now I've got to do a bit of editing, and then I've got to do a bit of a workout as well, either this evening or very early tomorrow morning. But stay safe, everybody, and I'll catch up with you soon. And I think that there's so much to be that's questionable at the moment. Anyway, bye for now. Bye.
Catch you later.
Bye. Catch you later. I was thinking about a word I came by a couple of days ago. It mentions what they called seabed warfare. And what that is, you use a submarine or unmanned submarine or to make sabotage on let's say pipeline,
fiber
communication
cable
line, phone line, everything similar to that. So, are you familiar with that, PB?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't class that as a grey zone sort of aspect because it's a direct use of military resources. Although, one could argue the fact that they are undetectable or they've got a reduced detectability than the other conventional item. You probably, if I was to conduct any sort of operation like that, I would contract it out through third, fourth, fifth means so that the deniability aspect is golden. You can't prove it was any one person, like the Nord Stream, for instance, the Nord Stream pipeline. Classic example. Who was that? You can't, that is a key example. That is, was it the Americans?
Yeah.
Was it the Russians? The Ukrainians asking for attention and so on and so on. Whoever it was, it came to the forefront and it was in the news big time. And a key event, key disruptor, it just puts question marks into the air as to who was to blame.
Yeah, exactly.
but I wouldn't use if that was my goal to do that. I wouldn't use my own military assets. That would go against sort of any sort of grey zone ethos or system of implementation. Yeah. I'm just trying to scroll through and find that article I was talking about.
Yeah, when you need to find those articles, it can be really difficult to find them again.
It's a case of another suspicious aspect is the case. I'm looking at this particular website, and they're churning out article after article after article every day. And surely, another key indicator is the images that are used, the stock images. Anyone can get those. And the second one is that they're churning out articles at such a rate. Have they got all the reporters on the ground to produce all these articles? And that's another sort of red flag. So, and it's only a couple of months ago. I'm going back now 10 pages worth of articles here, and I still haven't found it. But yeah, anyway, the key indicator was for me, the big red flag initially was the big spelling mistake on the the headline of the news article.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll eventually find it. So yeah, I've got the Thor's there. Hello, Thor. You all right? So yeah, if anyone wants to build some sort of pyramid, if you like, of needs, what they think they will need to make them an all-round sort of prepper or get themselves into an all-round preparedness regime, then look at the picture I've got on there, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and you'll start off with the priorities at the bottom of the triangle, your physiological needs, food, water,
Yeah.
and so on and so on. You work your way up the triangle. So look. I think we're seeing the result of grey zone warfare now, blatantly everywhere, and that is the big facilitation of illegal immigration. Anyone in their right mind would not allow their own country to be swamped with people who have got no allegiance to that country, who don't speak the language. And where's it all going? Why attack a country that's got a really good defense capability and a good army, navy, and air force, and so on, when you can just swamp it with a fifth column of illegal immigration, and you've already embedded into that country the mentality of extreme left wing or extreme right wing that's going to let these people in and not say anything about it. And then you create multiple layers that enable this sort of event to happen. Like litigation, for instance. You can't say or do anything against these people because X, Y, and Z, and you'll get put in jail for it. The police will come knocking at your door if you say something wrong on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. And we've seen this happen. And then it descends into people protesting and riots, social disruption, and it's just a slow, gradual breakdown of society. What better way to do that than rather, attack a country head on? You're wasting your own resources, you're wasting your own budget, your own finances.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing this play out now, definitely. It's quite an unbelievable set of circumstances I think we're in at the moment. And it's not looking too rosy for the future either. And then you can add on top of this, everyone's got a part to blame. Even the media. The media like this sort of thing because it whips people. They know what to say to whip people up into a frenzy. By whipping people up into a frenzy, they know that more people look on their news website for the next event and the next article, because you get a load of doom watchers out there. Yeah, you get the doom watchers who like to make themselves feel secure by ensuring that the problems are elsewhere and not in their own front room. So they turn the TV on. Oh, that's okay. Nothing's happening here. It's all over there. Switch the TV off. Go to bed feeling secure. So, yeah. I mean, we've got into such a state here in Britain where me and my immediate family will not go into certain towns and cities because of the way it's gone. The crime level.
You have serious problems over there.
And it's most countries are going the same way.
Yeah.
It's where's the next one coming from is the big question.
Is it them, us?
Is it them, us? Is that an artificially generated comment? Because it doesn't sound like plain English.
Them grace equal like grace.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a key statement actually. Them, who is them? That's the key question. And that's if we can't identify who they are or them, then they've achieved their aim basically, because they've got deniability. Yeah, so we all know that every foreign intelligence service around the country, around the world, operates in espionage, and that's been going on for years. And the Cold War was a big key espionage era, but this is a level beyond, and it's almost like espionage expanding into every aspect of our lives, really.
Yeah.
How do we mitigate that as preppers? You can only... It will get to the point where you take everything with a pinch of salt. Don't take things too seriously. Confirm. Talk with people to ascertain the actual threats. And the other thing you can deal with is the actual end physical result. The escalation in the degradation of society, if you like. So increased burglaries, increased drugs, increased tension on the streets. I mean, there's a lot of people in Britain who will not go out. If they're Jewish, they will not go out in certain areas now because they know the Hamas lot and the Palestinian brigade are going to turn against them.
Yeah.
And the police just stand by and watch. Where's that all come from, And this has all been... I mean, you get a lot of people who just do not understand what these movements are all about. For instance, it's pretty bizarre, the fact that you get gay people who are supporting Hamas and they join in with the demonstrations and so on. If they were to go to where Hamas hangs out, or the Palestinians and this sort of stuff, they're the first people that's going to get thrown off the building and so on. And it's pretty bizarre. How do they get into the scenario where they're walking amongst and supporting people that are going to throw them off a building? And it can only be through the manipulation of information and the steerage and social engineering through media.
Yeah.
And that is classic sort of grey zone warfare scenario where they can influence and allow that effect and that result to happen. Likewise, like I said, you can put someone could put out an article which has got a tinge of truth in it, but also have the majority of the article complete lies, and it will start to influence people. So, yeah, at the moment, we've got the internet, and people have got the capability of searching high and low throughout the internet. Depends how much time they've got and how advanced their sort of techniques are and what they use. We've got that ability to investigate things, but a lot of people haven't got the time. So they take it as read that, the thing that everybody is talking about is the truth, or the thing they put on TV, that is the truth, where in reality, it's partially true. A lot of it may not be true. And this is the sort of the engineering of a society that can go on, you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Daryl's put comments in there. Politics, is that the grey zone? Well, yeah. There's so many strands and arguments in politics these days. Who do you believe? You could argue the fact that, it doesn't matter who you vote for because you get the same result. The people in power, the parliament, for instance, the only thing they control is the budget. Everything else has to be voted for in parliament. So does it matter what policies they've got? And, what they say. When it comes to key people in key positions, I don't think, well, for one, you can't trust any of them because they've all got a history of being bent and being exposed with all sorts of devious underhand dealings, and their integrity is in question. But also, these people aren't vetted properly, I don't think. Why would you have a politician in a key position of power that is married to a Chinese person, and that Chinese wife runs a spot on a Chinese state media program? That is truly bizarre. So, is it an infiltrator? Can you trust anything that person says? And trust is a key factor in this sort of thing. We're looking at these people who have been allegedly voted in power, and they're in positions of authority and trust and integrity, and we're supposed to believe them. But the question mark is, can we believe them because of their history in the background? Many a politician's been exposed as not having the utmost of integrity at the best of times. And you could probably pick any country in the world. Look at Italy. Silvio Berlusconi, for instance. He was a bit of a ladies. He was a bit of a ladies' man, wasn't he? So if he was involved in all sorts of underhand, devious tactics in the bedroom, why should we believe anything he's got to say of credibility in public forums? Likewise,
I agree with that.
Likewise, Ursula von der Leyen, for instance, or I'll give you a classic example. The president of the EMF, it's a woman, can't remember her name offhand. I'll have to Google it.
Yeah.
2 secs.
Different places, but similar things. Indeed, CR. Indeed. They have everyone by the short and curlies. Yeah, probably. The Freemasons gray zone. I'm not sure about that one. Let's see if PB can find the name.
Yeah, bear with us. Yeah, so the person. One sec. Right, here we go. Christine Lagarde. Christine Lagarde was accused of negligence. That's putting it nicely. By a person in a position of public authority. And she approved a massive payout of taxpayers' money to a controversial businessman. And she's now
not good.
And she was convicted. And what was the punishment? She was put in she was put in charge of the IMF. I mean, that is completely ridiculous.
I agree. That is really ridiculous. Oh, man.
Christine Lagarde convicted. IMF head found guilty of criminal charges over massive government payout. But the former French finance minister, who faced potentially 1 year in jail, will not face any punishment. And and we're talking about sums of money here that's 400 million euros. So she authorized and was found guilty of a 400 million euro payment to a businessman. That, and how can we trust these people? It's just completely ridiculous. Someone somewhere.
I wouldn't trust that person.
Yeah. People knock on your door for saying something on Facebook or Twitter that's, doesn't toe the line. And you're getting these people who get away with this sorts of things. It's, and there's a panel of people who are agreeing and voting for these people to become the heads of these establishments and stuff like that. Who's enabling this? And this is sort of the grey zone coming into effect here. So the people who are voting for these figureheads to be in these positions of huge power, who's influencing them? Are they getting backhanders and free holidays and free yachts and free this and free that by the people who want them to be in that position and want them to vote for all this sort of stuff? Big question mark. And you can make up a story about someone on the internet and write an article about it with an element of truth in there, and there'll be a large majority of people believe it. And if it's an outrageous story, for instance, like the one I've just said there, which is true, it will start ballooning into a conversation, and once people start talking about it and reposting it, you've just implanted a grey zone story there, which has the impact to create further ripples down the line. And we're talking about the butterfly effect, really. One small response somewhere can have another response far-reaching across the world. Yeah, for instance, Epstein's Island. That's a good example, actually, because
I'm not familiar with Epstein's Island, so.
Right. Yeah, are you familiar with Jeffrey Epstein?
Not familiar.
Right. Okay. I'll just Google the actual story, so I'm not making things up. Right. So you just Google the word Jeffrey Epstein. Right. He was an American financier and sex offender. Now, he was found guilty and convicted in 2008 by a Florida state court of procuring children for prostitution and of soliciting prostitutes. Anyway, he went to jail, during his trial in a holding cell. He was left unattended for a period of time. The guards came back and he was mysteriously hanging in his cell. So suspicious circumstances led to him killing himself. Anyway, what happened here is him and no doubt a bunch of other enablers were running this island, and they would invite key people to this island, rich people. You're talking heads of state, big
Oh,
rich
that high,
businessmen, you know, on the scale of Bill Gates and this sort of thing. And on the island, you could basically do what you like. If you wanted 10 girls here, or, you know, no matter what age they were procured by his sidekick, which was called Ghislaine Maxwell. She will be the key sort of facilitator and recruiter of these young girls and so on, or, you know, even boys in some circumstances, probably.
Yeah.
And so what's transpired out of this is he's hung himself, so he can't be quizzed or questioned as to who was involved. But Ghislaine Maxwell, his sidekick, who was the recruiter of all the girls and all this sort of stuff, she's still alive and she's in prison. So the big question mark now is who was on that island, who was invited over this period of X number of years. And one person implicated is Prince Andrew, the British royal family.
Yeah.
And his reputation has just gone through the floor now, and he's not allowed to do any raw duties or anything like this. So his career is ruined, so to speak. So grey zone warfare kicks in because any foreign adversary can now start creating tenuous stories saying Trump was seen on this island, Biden was seen on this island, you know, and you could start making up stories of key figureheads that went to this island, and people will think, oh, yeah, well, did he go? You know, the question of uncertainty is there. Then you're starting to drop uncertainties into the equation, and this is a good grey zone warfare example, because now you're starting to undermine someone's credibility. And these days, all it takes is a story to start to undermine someone's credibility. Do you want someone in power who's got the access to nuclear weapons with his finger on the button? Do you want to vote for him if he's been involved in this sort of deviant activity? And, you know, this is the sort of thing we're talking about. And
Yeah.
another example, the human trafficking, Mad Chick Akers was talking about there. Maxwell is guilty of trafficking kids to no one. To no one. Right, okay. Yeah, another example is the Hugh Hefner Playboy Mansion.
Yeah. A very well-known dude.
So this is another sort of grey area. The rumours go, and their rumour control is a big aspect of sort of grey zone warfare. Rumours go that he got all these film stars and influential people and people of power into his sort of parties, and anything goes in these parties. So, you know, you could quite easily, it's the old honey trap. You get the famous politician upstairs, you let him live out his sexual fantasy, and his secret cameras recording everything. A couple of weeks later, you get hold of this key influenced politician, and you say to him, right, if you don't toe the line, we're going to sort of expose what happened that night, sort of thing. And yeah, it can go on from there. You know, that's a bit more open. That I wouldn't. It's a bit more sort of a conflictual description, that, but putting doubt in people's minds, rumor control, making people do things through information and the internet is definitely key in this sort of dealings. I mean, it seems these days you can't find any politician as soon as one politician springs out the woodwork and starts running for office, and he comes out with
Yeah.
all the right answers to people's questions, and he seems like the good guy, mysteriously enough, there's always some sort of story that creeps out the woodwork to undermine that person and destroy his credibility. And
Yeah.
that's all you need. That's all you need. If Russia's playing that game or China's playing that game, and they don't want a certain person in power, then that's all they
Yeah.
have to do is create some sort of semi-credible story that people will believe. Doesn't matter if it's true. If they believe it, that's it. And if the aim is achieved by destroying his credibility, then fine, that's job done. You know, another thing is getting people to do things through third, fourth, fifth parties. So if you want to, say, take someone out as a foreign power, if you want to take someone out of another country, you can either do it directly and send 2 of your agents, like the Russians did with Salisbury. They sent 2 Russian FSB agents to England, and they assassinated someone using chemical weapons.
Yeah.
If you don't want to
The
do
Russians
it that way,
are very fond of that type
Yeah.
of weapons.
so if you don't want to do it that way, you can do it another way. You could, through your, we'll take the Russian example again. If you can do it through the Russian mafia or Eastern European mafia in that country,
Yeah.
and just get someone to pay them off and do it. And if they get caught, it's, you know, where's the trackability in that? And no doubt that's been done quite a lot. And all these sort of black budgets will probably cater for that sort of thing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So WD Glock and Roll says, what do you think of the CV vax? Oh, right. So yeah, coronavirus vaccine.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, how do you contextualize this for grey zone warfare? Right, there was, I mean, when a vaccine comes out, it makes sense. On the face of it, what happened made sense. You know, there was an unknown novel virus that occurred, which had the potential to disrupt and kill a lot of people, which it did. So how do you fight it? So, okay, you segregate people because that's, you know, logical in the face of an airborne virus. So yeah, fine. You warn people, yeah, that was fine. And you, as quick as you can, come up with a vaccine to counter the virus. Fine, you know, it makes sense. Then
you are the only one who has that and manufacture it too.
Yeah, so then you get things creeping in now. This is the question of doubt, and the conspiracies start to fly around. True or not, I'm not saying either way. But, you know, so that sort of logical path makes sense. But the questions start to come out, and stories start flying around that, oh, this, you know, the vaccine was made to make people sterile, or it gives you psychological issues, untested, unproven, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, fine, you know, it is untested. Well, there was a large-scale test carried out, but, you know, in a time of desperation, what made people have, the key question is what made people have it and what made people avoid it. I mean, personally, I had the first 2 vaccines because it seemed logical at the time, and the story that was sold to us through media and government, etc., made sense. You know, it was our sort of, it was sold to us, it was the only way out. But what if it wasn't the only way out? This is the thing, you know, it's the grey area where you've got to make a leap of faith. Right, I won't take the vaccine, I'll take my chances, and if it's that bad, you know, and I'll get it, I could potentially die. And there's been many people who died. I know one person who got it 3 times and it killed him 3rd time round. And then on the other side of it, he's okay. Yeah, okay, I'll take the vaccine, and hopefully it'll protect me, and it will do what it said on the tin. So, what do you do? This is a big grey area. This is information that's coming through. What information do you believe? And a lot of people got it wrong. A lot of people got it right. Is there a right and wrong answer for what happened in COVID? Don't know. It all comes down to personal preference, really. And
Yeah.
would I take the vaccine again in the same sort of circumstances? Don't know.
Welcome, oops.
I probably would do exactly what I did before. It's always good to look back, but at the time, yeah, like Up says there, never trust a medical or farmer. Yeah, you could say that, but if we did never trust medicine or the pharmaceutical industry ever again, then if we always adopted that mentality, then where would we be? Because there are vaccines out there that have done a whole host of good in the past, eradicated many other viruses, and so why But these days, this is another aspect of grey zone warfare. So these days, we're now privy to the fact that the medical profession and big pharma have a history of being devious, underhand, corrupt, profiteering, for instance. So now people don't trust them as much because all this new information came out, and a lot of it was solidified by COVID and people's stories of side effects and so on. Who's to say all these side effects from various people was true? You could have had a person paid off by someone to come out with a complete horror story about the vaccine, and they say, "Oh, I mean, how many times do people say?" You ask someone when they got vaccinated, "Well, which vaccine did you have?" I've heard this countless times, and someone would say, "Oh, I had Pfizer." Ooh, well, I wouldn't have Pfizer. I had the AstraZeneca, Oh, AstraZeneca. Oh, I didn't have that. I had the Moderna. Oh, no, I wouldn't have that. That's mRNA. This sort of thing. Where did all this sort of segregation of the actual vaccine come from? Oh, no, I don't know. I want the Chinese one. Anyway. That's the sort of thing grey zone warfare will put amongst people. You put the cat amongst the pigeons, and you got to reevaluate your own personal situation, really, especially when it comes to things like that, because that's a personal thing. You're having something put inside your body.
Yeah.
In fact, knowing what I know now, I probably wouldn't have had the vaccine because I was in an isolated area anyway. So my interaction was minimal. I took serious measures. In fact, I caught, people probably know I had I had COVID over Christmas. So,
Yeah, you mentioned that.
It's going to be a real situation if we have a real bad virus hit us next time. I'm not saying COVID wasn't bad because it affected some people really bad and killed many people. But the kill rate, the mortality rate wasn't great. It was, I think it was below 1%. That's my estimation. If we get another virus, a new virus out of the blue, a novel virus that hits us, and it's a 5% mortality rate plus, then that will be a serious impact on the world, I think. And this is what people are looking at, disease X and so on. For instance, you could implant stories into a country's social media strands or social media feeds saying this emerging virus just kicked off, and that will start getting people looking at everyone else and questioning and thinking about things. So, yeah.
Yeah, I got 4 shots myself of the vaccine. So,
Yeah,
but on the other hand, I delivered groceries to people, so I had to do it.
yeah, and I wouldn't say anything against anyone's personal decisions. This is when it comes down to it, it's personal. Well,
Preference.
in most events, it's personal preference. The thing is, most countries, well, in Britain, we've got a policy here where no one, this is embedded into law, that it's against the law to force vaccinate people. But the way around that is to implement a policy in companies and establishments that if you are not vaccinated, you will not work here. That's the way around it. And I'm sure that was sort of the similar policy to you. If you weren't vaccinated, you weren't allowed to continue. Is that right?
At some companies, they had that policy, yes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I wasn't that bothered anyway because I'd been vaccinated against everything known to man beforehand anyway. I could get my vaccination card out. It's not to hand at the moment, but I've had anthrax and all sorts of stuff. And but I got to say that first AstraZeneca jab, it knocked me down for over 24 hours. I was in bed rolling around in a sweat. That was quite bad. Yeah, so because of my previous vaccination history, and I thought, well, another one, bring it on, whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, but there's various arguments against and for. So, like I say, the next one that comes along, I think trust has devolved that much that it's going to take a real. It's either going to take a real lot of convincing people to take a vaccine, or the next emerging virus is going to be so horrifically visual that people are going to want to take it. As in, you're bleeding out of every orifice and you've got no chance of survival. Then, people will start to think different then. But it's all down to information, really. And whoever sticks their oar in and whoever's the most popular is going to be, shouting the loudest on social media, and they're going to be heard, and they're probably going to be the ones that will influence people. It's just like social media influencers. Who are they actually influencing? They're not really. They're basically whoring themselves out for advertising, and they're giving a large portion of their revenue to advertisers and social media enablers and so on. And a lot of people believe them. A lot of people, who's to say that someone, a social media influencer, let's say a prepper, for instance, with 2 or 3 million followers, gets a product, cheap Chinese crap, Chinesium, made of Chinesium. They get thrown all these products, thrown a load of money, and say, right, here you go. Make a video about that. And they make this nice gleaming, polished video. They make it look really good. And people will buy it because these people are taking their word off of these influencers, and they believe in what they say.
Exactly.
No matter how ridiculous stories or products they come out with, they believe in these people, and they can quite easily. These people, these influencers, they can be useful idiots for the people who want them to start embedding theories and stories and things like this. So if anyone's going to believe anyone on the internet, make sure that that person that you're following or listening to has got some sort of credibility behind them. You wouldn't take dental advice off of a mechanic, for instance.
I wouldn't.
They both got a pair of pliers, but can they do the same job? So, yeah. Right. Anyway, so my time is nearly up.
Yeah,
Is
I know.
is CR knocking around? Is he? Is he going to step in?
No, he's not in the basement, so
Ah, right. Yeah. So what's the next emerging threat coming along? What's the period of uncertainty and all this sort of stuff? And don't trust any. Oh, there he is. Look. Question everything. Double check everything. Seek different sources of information to confirm what you're looking at, what you're hearing, what you're watching. If it looks out the ordinary, it probably is, even online. And the end result could be, the manipulation of people's thoughts, movements, get people talking about certain subjects they wouldn't normally talk about, put an air of doubt in people's minds. It's a whole host of strands out there. There's a lot of articles out there actually on grey zone warfare, more or less written articles. Yeah, people need to do this sort of reading and expand their sort of avenues out there, because these days information is key, and it's so key that our foreign adversaries are using it to great effect. So there we go. Right. Anyway, I've got to go, Shadow.
yeah, okay, no problem.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks to everyone in the comments for for coming up with ideas and putting their little comments in there. And right, I'll catch you all in a while. So see you later.
Yeah, we do. See you
All right.
later. Take care. Yes, CR. Yes, CR, you just come up here. Idaho. If it's on ABC, CBS, NBC, CNBC, PBS, PBR, Fox, did I forget anybody? You probably did. But I can't come up with anybody, any stations you have there. Are you shy today, CR? I noticed we can take Facebook for a change. For an example, there is a lot of interesting things that pops up on the feed, and some of them are look when you read them, okay, what the heck is this? You begin to think, can I trust this information? Is that information correct? It's too much information on Facebook, basically. Oh yeah, CR is fired. Ha ha ha. Well, you can trust me anyway, so. Oh, your headset is charging. Okay, good to know. I always try to be honest, because that is the best thing. Yeah, I do believe in him too. See, you are always hungry. Hook it up to a Tesla fast charger. Oh, Lord. I wonder if that would work. Yeah, amen to that, my friend. But anyway, it's too much information. Not only on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It's so much information, so it gets harder and harder to sort the information out. So that is a lot of information you need. Yeah, these days it's so much information. That it makes more difficult to sort what is fake, what is really correct. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it is really tough to tell what is truth these days. I find it more difficult because the information becomes every day more information, new information. You can see it playing out in the world. Yeah, definitely. Indeed, CR. Indeed it is. What sells these days? Good news or bad news? Well, most of the time that sells is bad news, actually. There used to be something called ethics, not so much anymore. I agree with that, Prepper for the Agers. I agree with that. And oops says it's mostly distraction from something. Yeah. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother.
Well, I can't let you
so.
guys have all the fun. Can't let you guys have all the fun.
Well, we have fun.
Oh, and trust me, I'm real, not some AI generated image.
No, that would be terrible if you would be an AI generated CR. That would be a problem.
Anyway, so
Hey,
because
quiet
I don't have
listener.
much to say for this.
It's good to see you.
Hi, Victoria.
Hey, Victoria.
Nice to see you. Yeah, of course she remembers you. I know she does.
Yeah, she remembers me, and I remember her too.
Of course.
She's
As
a
I
really,
spoke to her last week.
yeah, she's a really wonderful woman. So,
anyways, I mean, this gray zone thing, I mean, I don't have much to say that we haven't already said, but I mean, it's probably existed since like ever, if you really think about it.
yeah, it has.
It's like kind of, it's like exaggerating, like you're trying to sell or someone's trying to sell something and they exaggerate it to make it look better, right?
Yeah.
Something like that, right? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I know.
because if you think of like buying and selling stuff, even before the age of internet and buying online and all this other stuff, right? I'm talking about classifieds and stuff like that, right? Sometimes people would exaggerate a little, right? If they're trying to sell something, right? It's like I thought it would have looked bigger, right? You see it in person, it's like I thought it was gonna be bigger, right?
Yeah.
I thought this TV was 50 inches, right? Then you find out it's like 43.
Yeah,
Like that.
exactly.
Stuff like that, right? So I guess that could almost be in the gray zone. Let's see here. You just crack me up.
And this gray zone state that can last for years and years and years. So
Mm-hmm.
before something, before they decide to use the military, so
Mm-hmm.
they try to break down a country through cyber attacks and disinformation and things like, and disrupting the infrastructure.
Spread it.
They try that is the point, and that is what they're
Reduce
trying
someone's
to do.
reduce
Yeah.
someone or something or some corporation or some organization's credibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, that might be true, but they did this too or whatever, right? And you do see that. You do see that. I don't even need to name actual examples. You see it. That's where that division comes through. You start seeing that more and more. Especially as especially if situations keep going on or it keeps building, right? You have this
Yeah.
kind of division that starts to happen. And something like that has always existed. I'm pretty sure
exactly.
it has always existed.
It has existed in some form.
From medieval times to ancient times, right? There was always
Yeah.
some form of division.
Well, they used
Usually,
probably
you
some form of disinformation at the Roman Empire and the Greek Empire, and
well because it always reminds me of my social studies class when we learned about have and have not, right? When someone has something and someone doesn't have something, right? And there's kind of how do I say division because of it, right? How come you get to have all this? I want some too. Why do I have to share with you, or whatever, right?
yeah, divide
That
and
kind of thing.
conquer. Okay, no problem. Daryl of survival. Take the dogs out for a walk. Don't let them
I like
get.
how the real said we missed your voice. Then that's like not even 2 minutes later. I'll be right back. It's not even like a couple sentences later. It's like I'll be right back though. He missed my voice, but he's like, I gotta go take the dog for a walk. Yeah. Nice timing there.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Yeah, see, he saw that.
But
I knew it.
disinformation and espionage and things like that. That is existed in the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire and the Mongolian Empire, whatever. It always has been there, but these days, with our technology, it is more advanced, more difficult. It's more difficult because it's too much information that comes in and that goes out, and
Harder to check.
can't sort all of that information out. It's
Harder to
nearly
check.
impossible. So it
More
makes
variables.
it more difficult to sort what is
Yeah.
the true and what is the fake. Because the fake can seem to be the truth, and so
And that's why that's why it's called different shades of gray for a reason. Because it is. It starts to blend into each other, right? It's hard to, how do I say this? Filter out certain things, we'll just say. Or pull one thing out of it without removing something else from it. If that makes any
yeah,
sense. Because, you know, I'm trying to make up an analogy here that everyone can understand. You know, it's like, how can I say this? Okay. I'll try here. Let's see if this works. It's a gardening. If you're trying to remove a certain, let's say, bug from the dirt or the soil, whatever, right?
yeah,
Sometimes the consequences of doing something like that are that you remove the good bugs at the same time, right? It's hard to just pull one thing out without removing something else from it, right? Because it's so intertwined together. I hope that works. I tried to come up with some gardening metaphor, analogy there.
yeah,
But it's true though, because it's hard to pull one thing without something else. And you start realizing how it's probably more so that it's more intertwined now, right? A lot of things more intertwined. The metaphoric web is interconnected. All right, and everyone's got their
yeah,
point of views, all right, their opinions, all right, their own
yeah,
observations from their own point of view, right?
yeah.
I mean, you probably could go on and on about this, right? Is the Earth flat or is the Earth round? All right, you could say,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. I mean, that's probably existing for a long periods of time, right? You know, this happens because of this. No, it happens because of that. All right. I mean, we could go on and on and on and on, but for
Yeah.
once, I'm gonna let you do more talking.
Are you familiar with the term or more like of an expression? It's called shadow court. It was in the emperors and kings had a group of people that you spied on the other kingdom or to get information, and it was a lot of backstabbing, basically. So that
That's
was
oh
basically espionage.
yeah, I
Uh,
was gonna say espionage.
yeah, so
You could modern day example would be it's a double agent.
yeah,
That
exactly.
that kind of thing. I know things that you might see in movies or TV or in the real world too. I guess because you see that all the time. Media kind of plays that back every so often. Very popular in nonfiction, in fiction. in storytelling and stuff like that, right? You see that all the time.
Yeah.
It's a dramatic thing. Because actually, I was watching a show earlier this week and I saw that. So,
Okay.
right. Or you get that, you
Yeah, that's
SOB, I trusted you, right? And you see that famous like kind of swinging of the punching to the face kind of thing, right? You see,
Yeah.
you see that, and you see that in popular culture all the time, right? TV shows,
Yeah.
movies bring that back all the time, right? The
Yeah.
backstabber, right? I trusted you, right? And you can always hear these words, right? It's that same
Yeah.
thing, right?
A familiar
Because they
phrase.
were basically
I
in this kind of,
trusted you.
yeah, exactly, and they were in that kind of gray zone. You just never realized, right?
Yeah,
You
we
just never
we
realized
can
because
tell
they
we
played
can
you. Well, they played
yeah,
the character, right? More, and they're just like,
we can take a typical example when it comes to shadow courts or whatever, and in Japan on the 1500, 1600, around there, and back maybe too, but mostly around 1500 and 1600 in the Japan, where the samurais and the shoguns and things like that.
it reminds me of that word allegiance, for example.
There was a lot of backstabbing, and most of those oyabuns,
I can't believe you betrayed us. Well, they paid me more, or something like that. Something along the lines of that.
they used ninjas to spy on their
Mm-hmm.
another oyabun, and those. And now you think they were always dressed up in their ninja clothes, but they were
Mm-hmm.
not. They could be send a ninja to another oyabun and get a job there as a gardener or chef or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one couldn't.
It's kind of
The
like
other,
that. That reminds me of that kind of saying that gets tossed around ever so often, right? It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. That kind of saying that some
yeah,
people say. All right, it's that saying, right? It's like I'll toss words like disguise, concealing the
and
true intent.
the other oyabun didn't know that they.
Well, yeah, it comes back to that.
Their new gardener is a ninja.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it exists now and it has existed probably throughout human history, for the most
So
part.
that
For the most part.
and those ninjas could actually also spread disinformation to another oyabun. So they were spies since so, and they were good at their jobs too.
Your hair isn't now in the gray zone. I thought you were only 35. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Yeah. You heard that.
So that was back in Japan at that time. It was their way to put another oyabuns in a gray zone.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of things that don't end up in the gray zone of things. Not a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know, I can only name maybe a handful of things at times are solidly not in the gray zone, where the general consensus is one way, generally speaking. Like I said, I don't have much to say about this topic. Not as much as some other topics that we have. It's
Well,
because it's very subjective. You know, there's a lot of examples. All right, like I said, there's examples in the real world, in nonfiction, fiction, in the real world, any country, pretty much every country, if not every country, any country, right? Any period
yeah.
of time throughout history, right? Because it only, it only takes like one little thing to cause doubt in it, or not distrust. I just said the word earlier. Insert word that PB said earlier,
Yeah.
which I can't think of right now.
But I think the gray zone area, as it is now, I think it's more dangerous now.
Yeah, and I'll have to say,
Because
Idaho government.
you
Yeah,
have all the technology, you have advanced
well, because you
guys
can
with
send that.
advanced
Well,
skills.
because you can send that information out relatively quickly, rapidly. All right, like
Yeah.
look, you know, hence someone that's a influencer, for example, right? You know, people that follow them, whoever the influencer is, for whatever niche, whatever, right? They kind of trust, or at least trust them to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
You know, almost word for word at times, right? But that's only like some the influencers. Well, I'll just use the word influencers that say, you know, that also say, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt, right? You know, stuff like that.
Yeah. I agree with you about that one. No one can discern what is truth or what is lies anymore.
It's just like it's like these kind of, you know, these are the best practices for doing YouTube videos for gardening. I mean, even in the gardening community, right? There's a lot of stuff that's kind of in that gray zone. I excuse me, spoke to Idaho Garden Girl earlier, right? We were talking
Yeah.
about that, right?
Yeah.
Where some of the influencers have. Oh, sorry, I ate some peanuts before this.
Okay.
Excuse me.
No
But
problem.
you know, these influencers demystify or debunk some of these hacks, gardening hacks, right? Like I said earlier, the Idaho Garden Girl. It's like, oh, if you plant a seed in put a seed in a banana and put it in the ground, you'll be able to add potassium into for plant later. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
no, that's not how it goes. You're probably just gonna get a wrong mess or a moldy mess because the bananas needs to break down before it can give that potassium or whatever is left in that banana peel, for example, to the plant, and the
Yeah.
plant has to grow. Right? There's a caveat, right? Now, the gardening influencers out there would say that, right? But when you see a video like that, no specific channel,
Welcome
right?
back.
I've seen some of these things, you know, and
Yeah.
they just like show it real, like before and after, right? Pretty much like they paint it as a black and white or white and black, whatever you want to call it, right? They don't show that gray zone area of things, right? An intermediate step, right? They just showed the before and after right away, not with not a lot of detail behind it. Or
I agree. Prepper for the ages.
Yeah.
Truth is popular these days. A lot of people are interested in conspiracy theories. Well, and I agree that news outlets realize there's money to be made in that, and I agree with that. And
well, yeah, because they get
conspiracy theories is not what I like.
they get the hits, the views, the watch time, etc., right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's
But
it's just like, see, I think. See, I'll bring in these because if you search the term, especially here on the YouTube side, well, we're on StreamYard, but on the YouTube side that we're all watching on, right? If you search out the word, let's just say, hacks, as in not like attacking, but hacks as in like
yeah,
life hacks, as in it makes your life easier, simpler, faster, whatever, right? You can go down a rabbit hole of how much is out there, right? There's life hacks for everything. There's survival hacks. There's gardening hacks. All this stuff. Right? You gotta go through all that stuff to find out what's actually realistically true and what's kind of that's complete BS, right?
yeah,
And there's a lot out there, right? Because they're always trying to put out the content, right? Because the life hacks as a search term is very popular on the YouTube search.
yeah,
People want to search for that. They want because people are always looking for quick fixes, something to help them out day to day life, right? And don't get me wrong. There's a lot out there, you know, and people have shown a few, right? But
yeah,
what I always say about that stuff is do your research on that, right? Understand why or how this helps you or this life hack. It could be a gardening hack, survival, whatever, right? Why or how does this actually work, right? Instead of, oh, it's here, it must be true, all right? That's what they call being gullible, right? You believe in everything, all right, without actually kind of
yeah,
checking the information, right?
yeah,
That's like, a gardening hack without asking an actual gardener that's been doing it for like, let's say 20, 30 years, whatever, right? That has experience behind it, right?
yeah. We can
survive.
take
It's just,
Howie for an example. He's a good example.
yeah, right.
He
Where
has
people
done
have
that for
actually tried that.
years.
Yeah, where people have actually tried that kind of stuff, not just, they've tried it themselves, for example, right? Because if you told me or asked me something, I'd be like, if I haven't tried it, I'll tell you. I haven't tried that yet, maybe I've heard about it, but, I'll be like, hey, I heard about it, but I haven't tried it out personally yet, kind of deal, right? Because this is where a lot of the time, as my channel has grown and as time has gone by, I made sure that these things that I show are actually doable or workable or actually usable, right? This is why in my description, one of the key things I've put since like 2016 was based on prior information or knowledge, right? That's why I put it there. And that's why I'm saying it here, right? I try for the life of me to actually like have tried this before or show it in real
Prepper for the
time.
ages. That would definitely be a very, very bad thing.
It's
Not
because people don't actually
put
try
nails
stuff
in
out.
that.
Because we should all consider, like, putting in a scientific term here, we should all consider things as a theory until it's proven repeatable multiple times from anyone, anytime, whatever, right? because until it's kind of like double check, triple check, quadruple check, 100 times check, so forth and so forth, right? And people could get the same results. We should just consider it as a theory, right? Because the theory can still be disproven, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So I mean,
I'm glad your friend didn't try it.
yeah, because I mean, and that's the thing, right? And going back to this
Yeah.
kind of putting a seed in a banana peel and putting that in the ground, and you'll get potassium out for your plant later, right? If you haven't tried that, you wouldn't know what can actually happen. Most, if not all the time, if you did try it, right? Because what's that happening is that the bananas don't break. As the bananas breaking down, right? It's pull things from the ground until it adds it back in, right? Something like mold can develop. The roots of the seed probably won't be able to penetrate through the walls until it's broken down, right?
Yeah.
A gardener would tell you, I was like, yeah, that don't work, guys, right? A gardener would tell you, no, allow that to break down, make compost out of it, right? Because a gardener would say, oh, that's not enough surface area. It won't break down in time, right? You're just gonna make a mess. You're just gonna lose the seed. It's not gonna work,
Yeah.
right?
Prepare
Kinda
for
deal,
the
because
ages. How did he manage to do that? Oh man.
dang.
I agree.
Well,
It's really sad.
can you highlight that other comment that Chef made? Putting tomato slices in. That's that same thing, right there.
Cleaning
It's
a
the
loaded. Okay, that explains everything. Never clean a loaded gun.
that's like trying to do maintenance on something that's actually live or electrified, I should say, to a certain degree,
Yeah.
without right? Oh, right. It's like
Yeah.
yeah, and then Chef said, right, putting tomatoes in a pot of dirt. Yeah, I'm thinking, oh, the tomatoes are gonna sprout from that. I've seen that, by the way. I've seen that.
Okay.
I usually go incognito when I'm doing stuff like that because I don't want to fill
Yeah.
up my search and my feed with stuff like that. You know, I try to follow. For example, if we're talking about specifically about gardeners, right? I try to follow gardeners that have been doing it for a while, right? You know, and you know, to a certain degree, they have their influencers, right? But you know, they try
Yeah.
to when they show something, they try to be very, how do I say, scientifically with like you know, they have a control, they have their variables in place, this, and they show you through what they see through it as an experiment, right? You know, because you know, and you know, sometimes they're surprised with what happens too, right? Then other times it's like, well, I'm not surprised this didn't work, right? Because of this or whatever, right? You know.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. See, I told you I didn't charge my headset all the way. I gotta hold on.
Okay. Yeah, see, or fix that.
Can you hear me? Testing. Oh yeah. Remember, I have to see my icon to do that ringy ripple thingy on screen. That's all I know.
Okay.
Or you have to tell me. I guess I'll let my headset charge a little bit here. Yeah. I think with anything in life, give or take, right? Consider things with grain of salt, as they say, right?
Prepper for the ages has a question here. Do you think different generations are more or less susceptible to the gray?
Well, I mean,
Maybe.
I could throw in words like common sense, or what's this other word I would use? Not misconception.
I think the younger generations that are in the teens, 20s, I think they have another view on the information and what is
What's legit, what's
true.
not so legit,
Yeah.
kind of deal, right?
And I think the elder generation that was born in that are 1940s,
Okay, here's an
30s.
example right here. Here's an example right here that I have. All right,
They
I have an example.
don't. Yeah. Okay.
I remember bringing a very popular, doesn't really matter, water filter, right? I showed
Yeah.
someone, right? And
Yeah.
someone, and they were younger at that time, because this is still before they turned to an adult, right? They're like, hey, I see, I heard this can filter out urine. That's what they said to me, right? So then misconceptions, or or I heard this from other people, or I watched a video on it, right? Misconceptions, right? In terms of a water filter, right? Usually, yeah, no, you're probably not gonna be able to do that. At least the majority of them won't be able to do something like that. They're not gonna be able to filter all that salt out. Like one of those not microfiber. What's the word?
Magic Acre says, "What is that paper crackling sound?"
I don't know. I'm wearing a jacket, and I'm moving the phone. I hope it's not from me actually talking. I can't tell.
Yeah. A lot of good reporting is buried behind paywalls, in my humble opinion. Less accessible if you don't have money to pay. I agree.
Oh yeah, like that gardening one. Right?
Yeah.
So many people on YouTube did videos on that. All the gardeners. I actually heard it from a Canadian gardener first of all, right? Then I started to see it on the preparedness side, in the preparedness community, right? Lots of people, some of us we know, right? I can't name names, but and one of the things that they said was, yeah, it's behind a paywall, but I paid for it, and this is what it said, right? To get that information out.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think the elder generation, like myself, elder and elder, I'm middle-aged. But anyway, when I was a kid, it was not that much information back in the 70s that it is now. It's too much of it. And those who are in my parents' age, both of my parents are in their 80s, so I think they will have a problem to sort what is legit and not.
Well,
legit.
another thing is, look at the ads that we see. to a certain degree commercials, right? But specifically the
Yeah.
ads, right? You can there's ads for so many things, right? Right? And you kind of hear this kind of thing where, well, this game or app is nothing like the ad. The ad made it look better than it seemed, right? So you
Yeah.
didn't, because they're trying to kind of sell it, or kind of, how do I say? I wouldn't say fibbing, but white lying, but kind of like exaggerating it a little, right? You know,
Yeah, I agree.
where you hear from the reviews or whatever, oh, it's nothing like the ad, right? It's more like this,
Yeah.
right? Where instead of, looking at the reviews, look at people that actually do videos on, let's say, said app, for example, right? It's just like
Yeah.
the commercials that you see for food. That food is usually fake food. They exaggerate the colors in it, the glisten, right? It's exaggerated to make it look like that because it's hard for them to. It's like, I think, when you see ice cream in a commercial, that's not real ice cream. It's fake because they got to record under hot lights. The ice cream would melt too fast, right? It's fake, right? It's to exaggerate the texture, the creaminess, and all that stuff. I don't know why I start to talk about food. Hey, you know what's funny? We're talking about ice cream
Okay,
again.
I know.
The ice cream thing just came back. Yeah, okay. Bottom of the hour, okay.
No problem. I know.
But you know what I mean, though, right? You see that. You still see that in commercials.
Yeah.
It's because that's how they record them, right? Because once you
And
start to know about that, it's like, yeah, those commercials don't even faze me anymore, usually. Because I know it's exaggerated or hyper exaggerated to sell that. To sell that. Oh, the grill marks on the burger, right?
yeah.
It's just grilled on both sides for a minute. It's not even cooked inside, right? They cut away to the dessert shot.
Yeah.
The bun is like synthetic, right? It's
Yeah.
kind of like, but it triggers it in your mind, that kind of these feelings like, ooh, perfect grill marks, nice creamy ice cream. Look at the cheese, right? When in reality, they're just heating it up with a blowtorch and then it's pulling out just a little, right? And for example, cheese, most of the time, if not all the time, it's just pasta that's that cheese color, and that's how they simulate that, right? Because they have to, because for these ads, they have to do it to a certain budget. It has to be reproducible, right? They have to,
Yeah.
because usually they have to do a lot of takes, right? So that's why a lot of these ads look very similar now, if you think about it. And you notice that
Yeah.
with a lot of things, not just food, commercials, right? You see that with certain apps, like for game apps and stuff like that, because I see that too, right? And I always notice that it's like, and it's always that kind of same recipe that they use for doing it, right? Because they're trying to entice you to download the app, download the game, purchase the game, purchase the food, right? So they're trying to
Yeah.
entice you to make the purchase.
Yeah.
So they kind of, exaggerate it, because they're trying to emphasize these certain characteristics or points of said item or game or app or whatever, right? That's why usually you'll see
Yeah.
in the reviews, it's like, it's nothing like the ad. You know, the burger is not. It doesn't look like that in the real world, right?
Exactly.
Rarely you would see a sandwich like that in the real world, right? The only way that would happen is someone actually takes the 5 minutes to do it, right? But in the real world, it's mass produced or put together fast, right? So it's not as elegant, let's just say. Well, the real, like I said, the real, they exaggerate it. Let's just put it at that. They exaggerate it.
Hey, Lisa,
Sometimes,
good to see you.
you know, sometimes,
Yeah.
hi. Well, like I said, you need to, if it's an app, you need to actually use it. It's peaceful. You need to actually try it.
Yeah.
And, right, have experience with it, right? And not just have your, oh, it's great by first impressions only, right? You need to actually use it or try it or whatever, right?
Yeah, I agree.
It's like the car truck commercials you see, right? They always try to entice you. It's like this freedom of speed, or this can carry a lot more. It's got more horsepower than the competition, right? And stuff like that.
And here's the thing. Ads and commercial videos, you can use those to send out disinformation.
Well, I mean, look at
It
the
looks
energy.
great and wonderful.
Look at the energy drinks. Look at the energy.
But the information that comes out from it is fake. So
look at the energy drink commercials out there, right? Usually, the recipe is always very similar. Fun, hard,
hide, and you can hide messages in an ad.
Yeah,
that makes people buy things or do a certain thing.
Take care, Idaho Gun Girl. But yeah, I mean, like I said, look at the energy drink commercials out there, right? Usually the recipe is the same. They're going skiing, high adventure, high octane. Blah 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 has wings. Right? You're flying, or that thrill, that adventure, right? They're trying to capture that moment. All right, so it's always that kind of same recipe. If you look at it, it's very similar all the time. And some people still buy it. I've only had one in the last, maybe 2 in the last 10 years. At most. Coffee. Yeah, never have coffee. You know what I mean? That's what, That's what, like I said, it's because I see these ads all the time now. Right?
Yeah.
Because one of the things I run on this phone, I actually have, it's ad supported. Seriously? Is ad supported, right? So I see a lot of these ads after, right? So I'm always seeing the similar ads. It's like, game ads. Oh, what are you doing? I'm trying to save this game. And there's always this kind of game ad. They make it look dramatic.
The game looks really great. But when you try to play the game, it doesn't look like the ad does.
It doesn't. You don't have that same thrill like the ad shows it as. It's the entertainment value, right? It's like,
I agree.
I thought it would have been like me doing all this stuff trying to help someone in this game, right? And you look at the actual gameplay, it's just like, yeah, this is just like Candy Crush, whatever, right? Games like that,
Yeah.
right? That's when for example, for apps, if you and this goes for everyone, right? Any app or game, right? Because I know there's some gamers out there and all that stuff. I still play games too, right? I use apps too, right? I
Yeah.
always check online in terms of not reviews, but actual people using it and actually showing actual game or app footage. Like sometimes I don't even look at the reviews because they can be in a gray zone too, right? Because that's an
Yeah.
opinion, right? But I want to see actual game footage, actual game, right? Because if you think about it, it's just like a trailer for a movie or trailer, movie trailer or a teaser for a movie or whatever, right? Sometimes, the trailer for the movie looks so great, but when you actually watch it, it's just like, it wasn't that great, right? If you think
Yeah.
about it like that, right?
Yeah.
I always like to watch people actually using it or playing it or something like that. And, where they're actually using it, right? Then I'm kind of more convinced, at least in terms.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Sorry, I have another device getting notifications every 6 seconds here. Sheesh. But you know what I mean? Because, okay, I'm gonna put a pillow over top of it. It's bugging me right now. As I try
Yeah, I
to
know.
muffle it. But I see that all the time. All right, and just like, and it always makes it look better than it is. Okay, like, for example, here, like some of these content creators out there, right?
Yeah.
Especially ones that edit or whatever, right? For example, right? They're always
Yeah.
looking for something or whatever, right? I've tried many of that stuff, right? Some of that stuff is just like, oh, it's behind a paywall. The ad doesn't really show that, right? Oh, what the ad shows, that's behind a paywall, right? You don't get that in the free version, right? For example,
Yeah.
right? And stuff like that, right? Because I've tried many of them, and it's just like, because even the reviews don't go into great detail, right? Even some of the videos too, right? Out there,
Yeah.
right? What they, they're showing you this, right? Well, that's the paid version, right? They're not showing you the free
Yeah.
version of said program or app, right? So when you download it, install it or whatever, right? Run it, you're like, what? I don't get this. Oh, it's all the good stuff or the stuff I want is under a paywall. I don't have the money for it, right? And you just kind of feel deceived, right? It's based on the video or some reviews that people have been putting down, right? Stuff like that. It makes it look better than it seemed, right?
Yeah.
Because trust me, I've tried a lot of different things. I'm just like, so trust me, I have. By the way, I've tried many of
Yeah.
that stuff because people have been asking me about that. This is why I'm doing videos about it, among some other things, right? Actual stuff, right? And showing it, right? You know, this is for everyone that doesn't have the money, right? This is the free version, not the paid or pro version, right? So,
Yeah.
and I always, this is what you, like, this is actually, I'm doing this with free, right? So if you pay for it, yeah, you're gonna get a little bit more out of functionality out of it, right? But look how much you could do for free. It's to show that kind of like, for me anyways, to show like what's possible, right?
Yeah.
Instead of like, oh, hey, it's only you have to you're gonna get the pro. It's much better, right? And maybe it is, but I always think to myself, I'm like, just like anything, right? If the program is sorry.
When you pay that and you pay for the pro version because you want the
These
extra
advanced,
it
the extra
offers,
advanced
and when you pay
features,
for it and get those features, those features suck because
or it doesn't seem like it's worth it
and you realize why
for
did I
your.
pay for that?
It doesn't seem like it's worth the monthly subscription or the yearly subscription or one-time whatever, right? And it feels like I won't use the word ripped off, but let's just insert that word for lack of a better term, right? It just feels like it's like,
Hey Bob 942, good to see you, brother.
hi Bob, but it's just like if the app is gear, right? If the app is gear, if you think about it, right? Because gear is, even though gear is a physical thing, right? But gear helps you because it's a little bit easier, more to work with, right? If you think about like an app, right? You still need skills and knowledge behind that. Because if you have the skills and knowledge, you can still do stuff even if you don't have the most expensive gear, or in this case, the pro
Hey
version
Bob.
of something.
Hey guys.
Hi, Bob. Sorry.
What's,
I was just. Go ahead, Bob.
What's topic today? Is it gray
Kinda
zone?
like-
Does that mean?
Yeah, gray
kinda-
zone.
Yeah, I've been just trying to relate it into like commercials that we see, or let's say ads that you see, where let's just say like a game or something, or a burger. It makes it look better than it seems.
You lost me.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to kind of figure this out the last 4 hours.
Well, Bob, you were not familiar with the gray zone.
No, but
The gray zone it's not peace, it's not war, it's something in between.
oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
in the gray zone, it is cyber attacks, it's espionage, it's disruption of infrastructure and things like that.
Oh, okay.
Terror attacks and
Yeah.
if you
a
think
rogue
about it, like,
nation can use extreme violence groups
Familiar with that.
to perform sabotage in your country.
Yeah.
misdirection. Well, would it
Yeah.
include misdirection too?
Yeah, I suppose.
That is
but
basically what
misdirection.
it is.
Like a magician doing magic, misdirection, right? Kind of like, because you don't really see it, or it happens so fast, and it just blends in, right? Blends into that gray.
mhm.
I'm trying to rationalize this and understand this to a certain degree. That's why I'm trying to bring up examples or something. It seems like it's relatable.
Mhm.
So because I imagine that we see this all the time. Subconsciously, don't even notice it too, or sometimes we notice it, right? With the ads in the real world, what we see on the news, what we don't see on the news, what we hear from people, what we
Yeah. I get
hear,
it.
everything. Like I said to Shadow earlier, Bob. Like look
Yeah.
at the
Good
look at
Lord,
these.
the storm.
Oh hey! If you do this, it makes it easier. What in the community? What YouTube knows it as, or if you search for it, it's called life hacks, right? But in reality, it's not so great. Like for example, here.
Excuse me for a minute. I got to go take my flags down. I got a hailstorm going on outside. I'll be right back,
Okay.
guys.
All right.
No problem.
I'll wait for him to get back. Oh, my headset better be charged.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, oops. Take care, stay safe. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that.
Well, I hear you. Oh, I thought he was back.
Magic Acres. Look here,
Can you hear
not
me?
there. Yeah, I can hear you.
Let's see. Make sure I'm actually connected to my headset. Yeah, it's that. If you think about magician, right? Misdirection, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to conceal. Well, I shouldn't say conceal something, but that's a good thing to. What is my thing doing this thing? Oh, okay. Take care of the room. Let's see. Let's see. He's taking on. Let's see here. Okay. I just had to make sure I was connected to my headset before I start walking
Yeah.
away from the phone. It's like, I can't hear you. I was like, I'll wait for him to get back.
Yeah, Bob will be back soon. So.
Yeah.
It doesn't
He
take
doesn't-
long to get that flag down.
Well, maybe he's trying to avoid the hail.
Yeah.
Or he gets lots of flakes. Yeah. I don't, it's kind of funny.
What?
It's actually gray out right now for me because it's cloudy. The skies are gray here for me today. No sun. No sun. It's not raining or snowing, but it's just gray skies everywhere. It's kind of funny. I guess I can ask you, what's the topic for next week? For next Saturday?
I haven't figured that out yet.
Oh, I thought you had all these topics in advance, Shadow.
Yeah, I haven't set anything up yet.
Oh, okay, Bob's back.
Hey, Dana
Welcome
B,
back, Bob.
good to see you.
Okay.
Welcome back, Bob.
Well, thank you, guys. Yeah, can I
Yeah,
tell you
you're
guys
welcome.
about I had a good conversation the other day.
Yeah.
Oh, our I might lose power any minute now. The storming out here, but yeah, I go to this local coffee shop, and I had a good conversation with a fella because he was open carry in the coffee shop, and we all
Mhm.
come from the general same region that where the insanity went down in 2020,
Yeah.
and yesterday, I stopped in and I was able to talk to the owner of the coffee shop. Now, her husband is a retired Seattle firefighter. If give you a little background, and she's in city politics. She's a city council member, and we were able to talk openly about what's coming during the next election summer.
Mhm.
And it was so good to hear from her that we were able to talk freely. No other customers in the shop, and I'm glad to hear that her and the other guy that I've talked to are very, very prepared for what's coming at us.
Can I ask you a question, Bob?
Yes.
Do you have your flashlight in your hands? You said that the power might go out, so wouldn't that be the first thing?
Right
Well,
there.
I know it's still daylight. I know. Oh, sorry. I wasn't looking
Right
at the
there.
screen.
Yep,
Yeah,
it's right there.
I know it's still daylight, but sunset is eventually going to show up.
Yeah.
Right.
If it continues until sunset, I'll go in the house and light a couple of candles just to make sure. But I'm good, dude. I've been doing this preparedness stuff for a long time.
No. I'm saying this for the audience. I'm asking for the audience, right? Because everyone's like, "Does he have his flashlight?" I know you do. But the
you
audience
bet I do.
wants to hear.
Mhm.
Wants to hear this, right? All right. That's the idea, all right?
But it was a great time to be able to talk to the lady shop owner about how she stores water and firearms a little bit. But I'm going to take some clearer pictures of the kit that I've got for my wife to wear, my wife and I to wear. I'll show it just a little bit here, but I added some more stuff to our H harness because I told her I got a new H harness for my wife, And get this. So I put it on her pistol belt, and I went to fit it on my wife, and she gained some weight, and the belt wouldn't clasp anymore. So check
Oh,
your pistol
Lord.
belts.
Yeah,
And
good
check
idea.
your pistol belts. Yeah. Mhm. I'll show you an H harness because I didn't have a very good picture of an H harness, but I'll take a better one today. But just a second. This is what we've got: different levels of equipment in my house. I learned these H and Y harnesses from the U.S. military when I was enlisted, but this is an actual H harness. It goes over your shoulders, and the weight of the pistol belt is on your shoulders, not around your waist. But I
Yeah.
had to add a few things like, okay, our two primaries is an AR and shotguns and a pistol. But I put a one gun load of the shotgun right there, one AR magazine, and pistols and magazines for the pistols, plus a very, very razor sharp knife suspended horizontally like this, so I can grab it when we're sitting down. But when I added shotgun shells and an AR magazine to my wife's, what we've got is a pistol belt with shotgun shells, okay, and some magazines for the pistols. And then this is the next level. This is like when trouble is coming. You know it is. Got one reload for each long gun, and then your handguns and a knife. And then I've got other stuff that's set up in a similar way, but it's a lot more ammunition. That's how I do it.
Yeah, it's staged.
A lot
it's
more.
Staged. It's staged
Each
in
stage.
advance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
Stage,
and
preparedness, proactive, kind of these words
Yep.
that are relatable. Right.
all these things are hung up on a rack that everyone in the family knows where that's at. Say if something is happening, I got to yell at one of the kids, go upstairs and grab everything, bring it down. It's all right there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's similar to like, you know where your keys are, for example, right?
Yeah.
Like I actually have a friend that tells me at times, like I'm talking to them or I'm at their place. I was like, have you seen my keys here? I'm like, really, dude? You don't know where your keys are?
Mhm.
They should always be like either in your pocket
Mhm.
or like hanging.
Mine are right there.
Yeah, hanging by a
Mhm.
door or something
Yeah.
like that. Oh,
Yeah.
I changed clothes. I changed clothes. I changed pants. I'm like, yeah. When I change pants, I always keep keys out of my pocket, put them in
Yep.
the new pocket that I have.
There you go.
That's it.
Yeah,
Because
that's
I always figure, let's just say you have to rush out or whatever, right?
But-
Moment's notice, someone came by, it's an emergency, you got to drive them, right? They don't want to wait for you. Can you wait? I gotta find my keys to lock up.
Yeah, but going back to that conversation I had with the lady, I want to get a clear photograph of an H harness so that she knows what it is. Buy it on Amazon for $20-something. Trust me, you want this if you're carrying more than just a sidearm. When you're hauling a load, you want the load up here on your shoulders, not around your waist, because a pistol belt with a 45 on it will pull your pants right off of you. A 45 is a heavy handgun. It will.
Yeah.
It'll pull your pants right down off of you, especially if you're having to get up and shoot and scoot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Chief did. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's how I handle my gear. Everything is in one centralized location with no objects in the way. You can go open the door, go right into that room, grab it, and run right back out.
Yeah. Like
Since my wife and daughter are Asian and they're very petite, everything's within reach for them. It's a lot of considerations when you really want to get down to the fine-tooth comb of being prepared. And my preparedness is not just guns, guys, by the way. I've been doing this for a long time. Yeah,
it's just
me pretty
part
well,
of it.
CR.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not just about offensive. which is there's defensive things and there's other
Yeah.
things to consider too, right? Because in a situation you might not always need the offensive things all the time, right? If it's flooding, well, it's flooding.
Let's see what
Right.
Donna B's channel is all about. Let's see. Not
Yeah.
familiar with Donna B. Check out your channel for just a minute.
Bob and Shadow, I try to be like that too, right? Where I stage things in terms of deployment, in
Mhm.
terms of reducing the time it takes to
You bet.
get it
Mhm.
get it ready, right? Because I
You
always
bet.
talk about lead time, right? Lead time is very usually associated with tornadoes, right? But I always consider I want to give myself lead time for everything, more than just tornado.
Hey, McPhee,
Which can
good
happen.
to see you, brother.
Hey, Mac, but you want to give yourself more time, right? This is why things like
Mhm.
in preparedness, things are staged in advance. So if you only have 5 minutes, you make the most out of that 5 minutes, right? Whatever, you know what I mean?
Yes, you have to. Immediate
Like,
action is necessary if something's going sideways.
yeah, because if whatever fire department's knocking on your door, let's say you live in an apartment, whatever, right? And they're
Mhm.
like, get out. It's not safe here, right? They're not gonna let you back in, or you might, even like, you might get 5
Yeah.
minutes, right? Right. It'd be kind of
But
nice to know that, hey, something happened to your building. I can grab a bag. I know, maybe slip my passport, ID, blah blah blah,
Yep.
in and stuff like that. Change clothes real quick, right? Right. While people, and for me, if you think about it, it would give you a little bit more to work with, right? You feel like, hey, maybe it's not so bad, right? I'm not up the creek without a paddle. I get something to work
Yep.
with, all right? I don't have to worry about, oh, I don't even have a change of clothes. Oh, I forgot the vacation. Right, because those things would start to stress you, right? Because then you have to worry about that, try to source it out from someone else, maybe spend money that you don't really need to, because I can't get back in the house to get my medication. Now I got to buy it from some third party for, outrageous price.
Yeah.
When I should have just put them in a bag or had them ready to go. If that makes any sense. That's how I see it, anyways.
McBean, what do you mean by someone was prepared for the ages will be punished for this? I don't understand.
He gave a reply for this comment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, he's working. Okay, no problem.
Well, Shadow, you can listen to us and type on the side chat room and put the scripted video. I did that once for someone. They can hear. I describe everything in the chat. It helps. It helps, right? Get that information out, right? However possible.
Another thing with the gray zones is its influence operations against politicians and
Yeah.
civilians.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Mhm.
Psyops. Yeah. Distractions. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Misdirection. Like
I
said
just never
earlier.
heard it called gray zones before. That's something that's new to me. Yeah.
Yeah, but it kind of just makes sense. I'm starting to understand this a little bit more.
We had used gray zones for a while here in Sweden. We
because-
use the term gray zones here.
Yeah,
I mean, all of us have heard of gray man or gray person or gray lady, whatever, that kind of mentality. But this gray zone is kind of only. But if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? There's this
Yeah.
kind of overlap, transitional period or section, right? That's kind of like could be on the fence.
Yeah, it's kind of like those are the responsibilities of corporations and governments, for misinformation, misguidance. I get it. Intelligence agencies. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for me, I focus on what's right here,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
because I tried to do that too, right? Because because one of the things I picked up from, for example, here from the Survivor Man TV show with Wes Stroud is he
Mhm.
always he
Yes.
he's always said this what he calls the zone of assessment, what you have immediately on you, beside you, and what's like across the street, the next valley over, kind of zone of assessment, right? In that same
Yeah.
way, I'm like that too. Home, EDC items,
Mhm.
home.
Yeah.
Then
You
start
got it.
working in the community area, right?
Yep.
And venture out like that.
Yeah.
I'm a big. When I start to hear that about it from how he's saying it, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, right? Because what you have on you is what you have to work with first, right? Then what's next to you, and then so forth, right?
Yeah.
In that same way, like a community or whatever, right? You got to make sure your home's good first, right? Because if your home's
Exactly.
vulnerable,
Exactly.
then they're gonna come here, right?
I
Then
remember during the riots in 2020. I've said this before, that the streets were empty because everybody instinctively did the right thing. Go home and stay home. You know.
if you don't have to be on the road, don't be on the road. It's just like a
Don't be on
winter
the road.
storm,
Mhm.
winter storm or anything like that, right? It's that same kind of, if you don't have to be out there, don't be out there, right? Don't go out in the blizzard if you don't have to, right?
Right. Don't
Well,
expose
because
yourself. Mhm.
well, it's not just that. If something happens to you, now you become a burden to someone else, a
Mhm.
first responder, for example, right? Because if you're not out there, well, you don't need to be safe because you'll be safe at home. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And the problem is, I was at class 2 weeks ago, and we had a class for our VRG group, or Voluntary Resource Group, or FRG on my language. We had a class for that. It was about municipality knowledge, and he who held that class, he said that Sweden are in the gray zone there. So, and we have been
Yeah.
there for a while.
Yeah. I'm pleased to know that Sweden joined NATO.
Yeah. I got
Mhm.
that notification.
I,
on
Yeah,
it.
Mhm.
now we will see probably an increase in espionage, maybe sabotage,
Expect it. Yeah, expect it.
Yeah.
and a lot of disinformation.
Hmm. Just like
Um,
we deal with that shit here in the States every day.
yeah,
Hmm.
Mhm.
especially now when we checkmate the red tiger in the east,
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
Baltic Sea.
Hmm.
And now NATO has access to Gotland, which is a tactical and strategical island.
Hmm.
It's basically a floating aircraft carrier, basically a giant one without engines.
Oh, by the way, Shadow, I gotta leave
Yeah,
at like about quarter after, which is about 9 minutes, 10 minutes.
yeah, okay, no
I
problem.
gotta return. I gotta return. Hey, I've been here for 4 hours. I've been here since
Yeah,
like the first minute.
yeah,
I was the fourth one in the stream.
yeah.
Yeah. So you still don't have a topic for next week? You're gonna come up with a topic for next week for this guy.
I'll figure out something. I have
Yeah,
made.
you always do.
Yeah, I have one probably.
I bet you Predators veterans gave you paragraphs worth of topics.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pick one that suits the situation or the time.
Yeah, and here's the thing: the U.S. military is really impressed about our military.
Yeah.
Basically, they say we have a very good Air Force, we have good Navy, we have a good Army, and especially when it comes to our submarines, or especially the Gotland class.
Well, that's
You remember the aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan under that exercise?
yeah.
One Gotland class submarine sank basically that carrier 6 or 7 times and took some photos too
Right on.
without detection. They couldn't, and they were shocked. Those admirals in the Navy were really shocked. Why don't we find that submarine?
Uh-huh. Well, that's a good friend to have. Someone who's got good submarines and technology. And once your country is now part of NATO, now we'll be able to start exchanging information.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the club now.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. In year 2026 and 27, we will have 2 new submarines built. They will be in duty 26 and 27. It is an upgraded Gotland class, but now they call it the Blekinge class, and they call it Ghost.
Ghost. Oh, that's cool. Well, that's a good name. Yeah.
That is the same principes as a Gotland class, but even more advanced. No sound at all. It will that one will give no sound. No, it absorb every sonar, everything you can imagine, and it's longer too. So and
it's
even more stealthy.
Kind of like a B-2 bomber under the water. You can't see it, you can't hear it. Yeah, that's awesome.
So the problem is that will be a huge problem for Putin.
Yeah.
They cannot track that. Not even the Gotland class. They don't have the equipment for it.
Can I chime in real quicker? I know the real said about, he said a couple minutes ago about what about talking about spiritual preparedness? How about the mind preparedness, right? Preparing your mind. Kind of outside that physical me things. Kind of like, not necessarily the body, but kind of like how you're thinking and all that stuff, right? That kind of stuff that, not a lot of people talk about. Let's just face it, right? Because everyone likes their gear. We all like their gear. We all like our gear.
Yeah.
We all do, right? But there's something about the mind too, right? It's just like what's a good example here? Instead of like, it's like trying stuff beforehand, right? Mentally going through an exercise of it, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how you would word it, Shadow, but something along the lines of that. If not next week, then maybe in the future, anyways. I'm pretty sure Preparedness Veteran would have a lot to chime in about, and Guardian too. And of course, me and Bob too. And probably everyone else.
Yep.
Because it's important too, right? Because the thing about preparedness is like, sometimes you're only as strong as your willingness to do something, right? You don't have the will to do the garden, start the seeds. It's not going to happen. It doesn't matter how much gear you have; it's not to happen because you don't have the willingness to do it. You actually have the willingness to do something too, right? Because in survival situations, a lot of the time, yeah, there's some luck and the gear does help, but sometimes a lot of the time it's the person's willingness to keep going forward that carries them through. The willingness to, tough it out. It's like, come on, all right, fighting for the pain kind of deal, right? And you're extremely injured, your head's hurting, right? That kind of mentality. Don't give up and all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
So something along
Okay,
the lines of
guys.
that. I don't know.
Ghost means genuine, holistic stealth technology, making the submarine
Awesome.
extremely quiet. It will also be designed to withstand significant shock loads from underwater explosions and would be able to launch and recover vehicles through its torpedo tubes.
Wow, that's awesome. I think
can put-
they're probably talking about airborne drones. They could probably shoot them out and then go up to the surface, and it could be. Who knows? Yeah. Well, share
Wow,
that technology.
I just read that comment. Being stuck in an elevator? Oof, I've never
I
experienced
put
that.
a link to this Wikipedia
Okay.
for you in
Okay.
the chat.
Thank
So
you.
Yeah.
I
it's
can
in
put it
section.
in the private chat too, just in case.
Okay. Well, I guess you would have to have a little mental toughness to handle being stuck in an elevator
Hmm.
too, right? Because you're limited in what you have, right? You can't walk around, right? Because I think even Lestrade has said this before when he was doing this simulated stuck in the middle of the ocean, right? Or stuck in the vehicle, I should say, right? It's like that mental aspect of just being in one spot the whole time, right? Not being able to go on, right? Stuff like that. Because they could wear you down too, right? Because this, well, you don't have anything to do, or very limited amount of things that you can do, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Hence, like you said it, I've said this before, Bob. Trying to keep doing something, right? Keep your mind occupied and stuff like that. And I know you mention it all the time, Bob, and I try to keep my mind busy or hands busy doing stuff, right? Whenever, and trying to improve your situation whenever possible, right? Easier said than
Yep.
done at times, but
Yeah.
when you're in home, a little bit easier than in an elevator, right? Because I could imagine being stuck in an elevator. You'd be like, what to do, right? Because you can't get out. I mean, like, you don't even call for help or knock on the door how many times, right? And what do you do in the meantime, right? Because it feels like time's just going by so slowly, right? You check your watch or whatever. It's just like it's only been 5 minutes. It felt like I've been here for like hours, right? Because it starts to get to you, that that isolation and all that stuff, right? Because it starts to get to you. If your mind's strong, you might be able to, like, come on, gotta keep going, right?
Yeah.
Because it might
Part of
break you.
the mental thing that I do is, when I have anxiety, I go back to working on my preparedness equipment and organize it better, fine tooth comb it.
Yeah.
I do have some anxiety about what's coming up after post
I
elections,
think
because
I,
I don't
I
think
think
I don't think the left will get the guy in office that they want, and they're going to start fires again and start killing people. And so that's why I'll just go over my stuff and fine tooth it again.
yeah.
That's how I
I think
and
any
I made the conscious decision a long time ago that if something is a threat to my family, I will take care of business. I will.
yeah.
And but what I found with that one neighbor of mine who wants to run to someone else's house for protection, that's not me. That's not me. That's why I say he and I are not on the same page. And I did not extend the protection to him and his family. I don't want you in my house. You're a pussy, and I don't want you in my house. You know,
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
that's part
Not
of mental
willing to
stuff.
do.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not willing to do something about that. Like
Yeah.
you know, we all can be finding scared, afraid, concerned about stuff happening, or it will be happening, or has happened, right? But are you willing to do something about it? Maybe not necessarily to
Yeah.
mitigate it, but at least try to make the situation a little bit better. Buy
Yeah.
you some more time, right? Buy your loved one,
Mhm.
your family, yourself a little bit more time to work with, right?
Yeah.
Because you
Breathe.
let that, yeah, you let that fear hit
Mhm.
you. It causes your heart rate to go up. You start doubting yourself too, right? Once you start doubting yourself, you start spiraling down that metaphoric rabbit hole of things. It's just like it can go bad real fast.
Well, let me address a couple things in the side chat. You're very right, Shadow. Breathe when you're under a threat. Keep breathing. I had to stand my ground with all those home invaders in the last place that I lived. Just stand there and keep breathing no matter what happens. You don't want to get short of breath because that clouds your decision making and your physical ability. And the Chief Tech 86, you know what? I've responded to people who've said that to me over the years. I'm coming to your house, and then I'll tell them this is an easy answer. Why? I'm not going to be there. Don't
Yeah,
come to my house. I'm not going to be there. I'm going to leave. That's a good neutral way of telling them, don't bother, or it's a good harmless way of telling them, no, you're not coming to my house. Just tell them I'm not going to be there. I'm going to leave. That's a good answer to that thing.
okay, I'll
Yeah.
get that in mind, but because I've heard
Yeah.
that before too from other people.
Mhm.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, I know sometimes they're kidding, but it almost looks like they're half serious too. I'm like,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, you never know.
I
Yeah,
always say what I say to them. I'm like, what happens if I'm not around?
yeah.
What happens
What
if
do
I'm not
you?
around for whatever reason, right? Maybe I'm gone or
Yeah. Don't depend
whatever,
on
right?
me. Don't
All right,
depend on me.
all
Depend
right,
on yourself. Hmm.
all right. And I said to them because they had, well, soon they were gonna have kids. They're like, "Go do it for your kids, right?
Yeah.
Your loved ones, your husband, wife, whatever, right? Do it for them, right?
Yep.
That way you can be more confident about what's going on, right? It's not to eliminate it, but at least it'll give you a little bit more to work with, not just relying or being a burden to someone else.
Yep. And as I've said before here, guys, my wife lived through martial law and civil war in her home country, and she made it absolutely, completely clear to me that no one comes in our house. Nobody. Maybe blood relatives only. That's it.
Yeah.
No one else comes in our home. Don't even answer the door. Don't interact with them. Shuffle on, dude. You know.
Yeah. And besides, don't come to someone's place without something to offer, right? Because
Right.
when
If
people
you if
start,
you yeah,
well,
yeah.
because if you start coming over to someone's place, then resources start getting stretched thinner and
Uh-huh.
thinner,
Hmm.
like food, water, for example, power too,
Yeah.
right? Hey,
Mhm.
can I borrow your battery bank? Right now, instead of having two charges, full charge, now you only have one because now someone else is using it too, right? Like
No,
I want to
good
help people
question.
out, right?
Mhm.
I want to help people out too, but what I say, one of the things I say in my videos a lot of the times is my outro is, right?
No.
Try to help someone if you can, but you can't help everyone out there. But the best thing to do if you want help is to help yourself, right? For example, right? Because then you can pool resources together, right? If you bring someone to the table, right? Like
Yeah.
Bob, for example, if I came by to your place, let's just say whatever the reason is, right? I would bring something to the table. I would bring as much as I can to the table because I realized if I go over there with nothing, Bob's gonna be like, "Seriously, CR, you didn't bring anything there?"
Well,
Just to close
be
on your
honest with
back.
you, I wouldn't even converse with you.
No, okay, fair enough.
I
fair enough.
wouldn't. You know, I mean, I really don't know you. You're not a family. You're not a neighbor that I know. If you came to my front door, you're not coming in the house. I don't. Same with Shadow too. I don't really know you guys. Do you
Fair
understand
enough.
where I'm coming from?
No. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right.
Well, I know you online, like you guys. You guys are easy to get along with, and talk, and all that. But I mean, if you came to my
This
house,
is a virtual. We're in a virtual environment. In the real world, kind
Yeah.
of in face to
Mhm.
face, a little bit different, right? A little bit
Yeah,
different
okay.
thing, right?
but the
That has to be
difference is
earned. That trust has to be. That part of the trust has to be
bingo.
earned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
right.
like the difference is like some of my neighbors. I see their daily activity. I see what they do, how they do things, how they maintain their homes and their families. Some of them, since I know them before things go wrong, yeah, let's pair up. You know, you watch my backyard, I'll watch your front yard. You know,
Mhm.
that kind of a stuff. Because I know you personally. I've sat down and had beer with you, had cheeseburgers at your house and things like that.
Mhm.
That would
Yeah.
be a little bit of difference than somebody who lives in another country online. You know.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking to say it'll probably never happen because I don't have a passport.
Let's hope. Let's hope that.
Let's hope that actually doesn't actually have to come to fruition.
Yeah, I do know. Some people always plan for the absolute eventual complete collapse and on and on.
Okay.
I don't think you'll see that, but you will see hiccups here and there. You know, civil
Mhm.
unrest and storms and things like that. And the lights will eventually come back on, and
Mhm.
that's why I don't plan for the entire end of the world. I mean,
Doomsday.
yeah,
Correct.
I don't plan for that. You know, yeah.
Well, what I always think is that, and I've said this before, is like plan for the things that are more likely to happen, more likely in a given day, given year, given month to happen. Right? They're probably more likely to happen than this. And usually, if you plan and prepare for the smaller things, you still have something for the bigger things because,
Yeah.
like food and water, kind of transition can be converted over or transition over to a different event too, right? Your stories still need them. You'll probably still might need that flashlight, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, because
Yeah.
if you're not ready for the small things, you're probably never gonna be ready for those big things. Because the nature of the scale would just be much
Here's also
grander.
something I wanted to add into is like I know my neighbors. I see how they live. I've sat down, had meals with them. Same with some of the Filipino families. If we have to run like hell and seek shelter somewhere, there's several families we've already made arrangements with. And those are also some people, if they came, that we know them. If they came to our house, we just got burned out, we need a place to stay, then we'd open the door for them because we know them personally. And we've already made an agreement among us. You know, I'll give you shelter if you give it. And I've already got things arranged to where if the wife and I have to show up, we're not going to show up empty-handed. We can bring you some of this food, a little bit of medicine, a skilled healthcare worker, a mechanic, and we've got protection,
security.
Yes, yeah.
All that
If
stuff,
you want to, I'll stay awake all night and I'll stand out there in the rain and guard you guys. You know, because I've done it before in the military.
Yeah, that sounds like the Air Force and the Army.
Yeah, because I think if you come to the table with nothing, the answer is probably always going to be a no.
It could be, yeah,
right?
Yeah. But like if somebody I recognize who lives 2 blocks away from here that I've never sat down and had a cheeseburger with, or that
never even said hi to you.
Yeah, I recognize you, but no, you're not coming in my house. Yeah, I don't know you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that Filipino culture is how they grew up over there. They're accustomed to their government abandoning them in times of need. During typhoons and all that, their government doesn't do much to help them. So they have to rely on each other. And that's why I say with confidence, that if we show up at a Filipino's family home, that we know they're going to let us in, especially if we show up with a few days of food and medicine and skills.
Some
You know.
resources
Yeah.
and skills and knowledge to back that up, right? It's like,
Right.
you know, where you're coming to the table with something not empty-handed, right?
Yeah. If you
Because like
come
you said,
empty-handed, yeah. Mm-hmm.
well, because if you come empty-handed, you know, you're just a burden. You're just going to drain the resources at that spot
Yeah.
even more, right? Instead of having 3 days of food, now it's 1.5 days or whatever, right? It's just
Yeah.
the situation. You're not making the situation better, anyways, for what it is.
Yeah. That's why I'm thinking about, after I get done with a few projects in here for escape and evade, I might make a few more clubs, you know, batons, so that, let's say, the neighbors across the street who I have extended that offer, if you need shelter, you can come here. And the neighbors across the street have said, we can protect ourselves. So if they have to show up, say the husband has a sidearm and the wife doesn't, I can make batons and go and tie a whistle to the baton. There you go. If you're having to hook this onto your belt, here's a whistle. If anything goes wrong, blow your whistle, and then, you know, now at least you're not unarmed. You've got a club, you know, a baton. That'll be one of the projects that I'm going to come up with here soon.
Well, it could be. Well, I don't know exactly for your area. Let's say if it was a fire. Well, nature or a natural disaster per se. Let's just say, and having more to work with, right? Because you guys will have a common goal, or the group or the community would have a common goal, right?
Yeah.
So, and bringing stuff to the table gives more resources in terms of overall, right? To the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm missing this, but you got this, but you're missing that, and I got it. You know, and it can complement each other or supplement the supplies with a little bit more to work with. So, and basically, in a nutshell, trying to improve everyone else's survivability by working together as much as possible. You know, obviously, you know, you're gonna use your own discretion and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
In terms of working together with people, right?
Good advice in the side chat. Keep your circles small, because example is the guy that was open carry in the coffee shop, and the lady and her husband who own the coffee shop. We've all discussed this topic among us, but there has been no agreement made to where they're going to protect us and I'm not going to protect you. You're on your own. You're ready for it. You're on your own. You keep your circles small. Yeah, that's good advice.
Yeah.
Very, very well said.
Like, you know, I'm trying to work on that too with some gardeners and some people that fabricate around here, right? I'm trying to work this kind. I'm itching towards it. I'm trying to be very delicate about how I say it and all that stuff. But
same here.
You know, because it's like I don't want to come out like this, but I want to be realistic about the situation too, right? So, you know, I think people can start understanding about the inflation that's going on. You know, that's common enough, right? I can mention it like that, you know, stuff like that, right? Like I'll mention to the gardeners, right? You know, hey, food's kind of going up in price, you know, go up, right? You know, maybe, you know, so trying to start like a seed exchange with them and stuff like that, right? Like a lot of these people, I've been inside their place, right? You know, I've known them for a while, right? They trust me.
That's a difference.
Yeah,
right
because
there.
I've earned that. I've earned their trust, right?
Yeah,
you know, right.
Yeah, that's the difference between someone online and someone that you know personally. That's before anything goes wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And besides, like I said, I don't have a passport to go into the U.S. right now, anyways.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that's like a 24-hour trip. Yeah, probably I'm not gonna be at your front door, Bob. It's probably not gonna happen anyways.
No,
right?
no.
Yeah. And Shadow's not going to randomly be in on the North American continent anytime soon. So yeah, probably not have to worry about that. But it's actually people around our local area. Well, because you even said, you know, you got to be concerned with the people around us, right?
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Help us or hinder us?
Yep.
Or then help
One of
us
the
or then
reasons
hinder us.
one of the reasons why I'm very apprehensive about letting somebody in the house is I've got a wife and daughter.
Yeah, of course,
You know,
right?
yeah, and if you really don't know that person, are you going to really let them sleep on your couch when my daughter is right upstairs?
Yeah.
You get it?
And of course,
You know?
and of course, you know, you're gonna go to bed eventually,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
right? So it's just how it is, right? It's just, you know, that kind of stuff you're gonna earn in time,
Mm-hmm.
right? It doesn't
Yep.
just happen because, hey, I talked to you over the phone or over a YouTube video or over whatever on a private chat, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, that's part of it, I guess, to a certain degree. But you know, interacting in the real world and it's actually even just seeing people in the real world, it's like, oh, they're this tall. Their body movements too, right? For example, too, right? What they say in their body movements and where their eyes are going, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, stuff like that. If something happens out of nowhere, how they react to it, right? Like, oh, they did what I would do. Well, I don't think they would do that. You know, it's just one of those things, right?
Yeah. I mean, how far
You-
can you trust a stranger when you've got a daughter in the house? How far can you trust them? That's why, you know, that's why I
Mhm.
encourage people to get your stuff together slowly but surely, just like Shadow's doing up there with his blankets and his water and a few other gear that he's got around the place. Some of that just that dye spray you've got, things like that. Be
Uh,
self-reliant, you know.
Yeah, that reminds me. I
Yeah, the
gotta
knockout
actually.
spray.
The knockout spray, yeah, stuff like
That
that.
reminds me. I have to switch out my water probably like in
And
April
this little beauty monkey fist
Yep. Mm-hmm.
or
with
something
a
along the lines.
1-inch steel bearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I've said, like I said to other people, it's like, you know, do it for yourself, right? And I
Yeah.
won't always be around. I might not even be around. What happens, right? Because don't rely on me. Yeah, because I think, like I always mention back West Strout Survivor when he has guests or people on his show, right? One of the things he says to the camera, right, to the audience is like, yeah, I don't want my son or blah blah depending on me. I want them to make their own choice
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
because like I said, what happens if he was incapacitated, injured, right? Right? Don't rely on me because I might be out of action or incapacitated or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You got to rely on yourself, right? And hopefully everyone's all in that same boat, healthy or not injured, and work that situation together, like a community or a team or whatever, right? Or a family, too, right? You know what I mean? And trying to be kind of on the same page on stuff as much as possible.
Let's see who's outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, there's
Shadow
one.
and Bob, I must love you guys a lot because I said I was leaving 15 minutes ago. I must love you guys a lot here. I must. It's like, oh, my friends let me mad. Yeah, whatever. They'll understand. They'll understand. I was talking serious. But no, because it always reminds me why I'm doing this and the reasons for preparedness in the first place, right? It's not only for yourself. Yes, it is for yourself to a certain degree, but it is for the people we care for or love, or the people we see day to day, right? Talk to all the time, right? That kind of thing. It's not always just for yourself.
Yeah. I'm just watching someone walk their dog past my house. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not too sure who that neighbor is, but yeah. 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 Gear
Yeah.
up. You know, whatever you guys got to do. Whoever is out there listening, at least to have a few days of food and water stored away.
Yeah, have some resources,
so that if you can't get out of your house to go get more, you're going to be okay because you got to eat.
Yeah.
You got to eat.
It'll buy you some time.
Mhm.
Yeah, it'll buy you some time anyways.
You've got
That's
to
the
eat.
idea.
Mm-hmm.
That's the idea about preparedness is to buy you more time so you can still have time to think, right? Because when you don't have time to think or you have nothing, you will start to stress a lot because you got
big time.
nowhere off. You won't have
Yep.
you don't have any other options, right? When you still have options, it's like, oh, thank goodness I have a spare. Oh, I got this whole bag of rice still. Okay. I
Yeah.
can, if I ration it, I can still get by for another 5 days. Okay. In that meantime, you can still think, right? But if you're under
Yeah.
stress because you don't have any options, you're hungry, you got no food left or whatever, no water,
Mhm.
whatever, you're gonna stress heavily.
Big
And
time.
probably
That's
because
when,
and
Mhm.
probably because of the stress, you probably don't make mistakes much
and
more
then
easier.
you're gonna lose sleep too. But if
Yeah,
you've
because
got that bag of rice and some cans of spam and cans of chicken and tuna fish, and now you've got a
Yeah.
nice hot meal.
yeah, it'll give you some because your morale it won't lower
Mhm.
your morale right away.
And you'll be able to sleep better. Yeah.
Yeah, because you have something in your system and all that stuff,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
Because you won't stress over it yet. I mean, I'm not saying you won't stress at all, but it won't be as high because you still have options, you still have something, right? I think when
Yeah.
people don't have anything at all, they start to stress heavily. I've seen
Mhm.
that with someone before where just like, let's say food or whatever, the stress level does start to go up. It's like, or something like that. Or,
Yeah. Can I respond to a side chat thing here?
Hmm.
Chef Tech 86. The way I gathered up some canned goods and food is I pay attention to what we eat every day. Okay. And say if you have a problem with your memory, take photographs of the empty containers of what you're preparing for your dinners every day. Just take photographs of them. Well, next time you go to the supermarket to get eggs, milk, whatever, go through those photos. Oh yeah, I could pick up another 2 more cans of this type of beans and 2 more cans of whatever it is. Keep a
could be
record on your
rice,
phone. Yeah,
pasta,
keep it on
something
your
along the line.
phone when you're shopping. You can go over that and go, oh yeah, that's right.
Kind
I
of the
ran
staples
out.
that you usually
Yeah,
tend to
that you
consume
normally
during the week.
use. Yeah.
Yeah. Start with that, right? Whatever it is.
Oh, freeze drying. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I haven't tried that yet.
Yeah. Well, even with the freeze dried stuff, it's just like the food should be still be stuff that you tried, right? Or at least tried at least once to eat, right?
Hmm.
Because some people have issues. Well, I shouldn't say issues, but have things because of texture or taste or whatever, right? So
Yeah.
it's better to prep what you will eat. I mean, eat what
Well, I
you
think
will. What's it?
think I'm
No,
gonna.
prep what you will eat. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I the food that I have put away is what we eat every day.
Well, because it won't be so foreign
Mhm.
or different, right? You'll be
Yeah.
like, because
It's
it'll
the
bring you some
marshmallow
sort.
man. Hey, Louis.
Hi, Lewis. It'll bring you some sort form of normality, right? It's just like having coffee,
Right. Right.
that hot brew tea, right? It'll
Uh-huh.
bring you that
Mhm.
sense of that nice morning that you usually have on a Monday or a Friday, right? Instead of being in a survival type of situation or whatever, right? Like you're after a hurricane, it'll give you that because it'll kind of I wouldn't necessarily say boost your morale, but it won't lower your morale anyways, right?
Yeah.
Because you'll still be a little bit more cheerful about the situation and despite what's going on.
Yeah.
Because if you start eating something different or whatever, and especially if you never had it, you don't like it, well, now you're not eating or it makes your stomach upset or whatever,
Hmm.
adverse reaction that you didn't think you would have. Well, now,
Yeah. I ran into that
let's just
just
say
last
you're
night.
throwing up
Yeah.
or something.
Uh-huh.
You're throwing up or something. Now you're just wasting food. Now you're dehydrated because now you threw up and just
Yeah.
where I should have just stuck with ramen noodles or something, or I should have
Mhm.
stuck with rice instead
Yeah.
of trying this foreign food
I
that
had
I've
that
never tried.
last night. I had just that situation last night. CR, the
Mm.
wife had DoorDash come to her work and deliver a dinner, and she brought it home to me, and it was some kind of Brazilian sausages. They were absolutely delicious. I ate them, but I think I ate too much, and so I woke up in the middle of the night running to the bathroom because my system wasn't accustomed to them. This is a new
Yeah.
food to my body, and it reacted. So that's why I take the food that I know we can eat and put it away. Yep.
Yeah, because I won in this giveaway even these like supposedly like food rations, right? I actually did try that out, and now I can understand why people say, yeah, it's gonna taste like a sugar bread cookie or whatever, lemon flavor. I'm like, yeah, but one of the things they also say is, yeah, it's kind of dry.
Yeah.
Now I
It's where,
understand why they say that.
yeah.
Now I understand, right?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I'm like,
bounce out of here, guys. I gotta go. I'm gonna go make a video about check your pistol belt. Check it.
Okay.
'Cause
All the best out there, Bob.
I even put up my failures online too. This works, this
Yeah.
works, and this didn't work. Check your pistol belts.
Yeah.
Well before you need it. But I've got to be very delicate because the wife gained weight, and I got to be kind of delicate.
Oh no, this is where you say, Bob, because I learned it for. Oh, I bought one a size too small. You don't say it's too, right? You say the
Oh, yeah.
belt's too. Right? You say I bought one
Yeah.
too small. Sorry.
Yeah,
That's what
there you go.
I
That's
know.
a good
I
idea.
know.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I remember I put the H harness across her shoulders, and I went to buckle it in front of her, and I said, "Oh, it doesn't fit anymore." Well, how long ago did you buy this belt? I said, "Over 2 years ago for you." And she went, "Huh?"
Bob, she would have fired you right there. I
Oh
would have been
yeah.
like, "Oh, I bought
Mhm.
the belt too small. Sorry."
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
All right. Peace out, you guys. God bless.
Take
care,
care,
Bob.
Bob.
Later, guys.
Later.
I guess I must really like you, Shadow.
Yeah.
I guess I must really like you. Yeah, especially since my phone's at 27%. So whenever you're at the top of the hour or my battery starts to really get down low, whatever comes first. Whatever happens first. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah. What Bob said earlier about like, because we're just online buddies, right? I wouldn't want to put people in that position in the first place, right? Having to choose
Yeah.
that or not choose that anyways, right? Because they're just putting additional stress on someone else, right? Unnecessarily, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what
I
you
try
mean.
not to do that. I try not to do that, right? Life's stressful enough as it is, right? I don't think I need to add more stress to other people, unnecessarily,
Yeah, I can
anyways,
agree
right?
with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know stuff happens or whatever, but I mean, like, I try to not do that. I guess it's just one of those things you start to learn as you grow up, too, right? From the teenager phase to that young adult phase, right? 20s, 30s, and so forth, right? You start to understand that more and more as time goes on, right? Because usually you have
Yeah.
your own kids or whatever, right? You got to take care of something else, right? And you understand the responsibilities and stuff like that. But I tried to keep that in mind. Take care,
Okay, dear
Darrell.
love, survival. Stay safe. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Although I think he said he was taking off earlier. It's all good. We just love Shadow that much that we stick around longer than we think. Oh wait, I'm talking for
Yeah.
myself. I'm talking for myself here.
Yeah. I thought you had things to do.
No, I had to return a call.
Well, in that case, you have to go and return the call, and we wrap things up.
Well. Well, I guess maybe now was a good time. That was a good time. Well, it seems like a good time, Shadow. And
Yeah,
thanks for having me on, like usual, as a co-host.
yeah,
Can't wait for next week's
you're very welcome.
exciting topic, whatever it may be. I hope to be
What it
around.
may,
I don't know because it's supposed to be nicer this coming weekend, and I want to actually try to shoot a couple videos. I decided not to do it
yeah,
today because it's not sunny out today. I was waiting for the next sunny day to do some stuff.
yeah,
Well, because it's actually nice enough now that I can actually shoot the videos outside again without my phone, draining the battery because it's cold. That's why I haven't
yeah,
been shooting. Well, remember I tried to do that Airstream. Well, be a co-host when it was colder out, even when it was plugged in, my battery was still draining. So I can imagine me without a battery bank. But now the temperature's gonna be rising about freezing still during the day, so I should be able to record without my battery just draining to nothing.
yeah,
All right, so more some other things. Yeah, yeah. So I guess one of the things I always say, everyone stay proactive out there. Do what you can. Do what you can. Learn some new skills and gain some more knowledge. Experience something new, right? Try something new, right? And do what you can, right? For where you are, your situation in life, right? Wherever you are, house, home, apartment, homestead, all this other stuff, right? Okay.
yeah,
Try to get more people on board, metaphorically speaking, onto that ship, right?
yeah,
Right. Well, like I said, especially in your own, let's say, specific neighborhood, right? Because if a situation happens in specifically your neighborhood, if more people are already in your neighborhood, and something happens, let's say, whatever, right? Then the resources can be pulled together because you'll be in the same boat. Let's just say, right?
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like a tornado or something like Twister, right? Well, everyone in a neighborhood's gonna be in the same boat, or a flood or whatever. Everyone's gonna be in the same boat, right? But if you can pull resources together, skills together, and everyone benefits, and it gives everyone a better metaphoric survival chance, right? You know, I'm out for that. All right, I'm out for that.
yeah,
All right. You don't want to bring nothing to the table because what's zero time? What's something times zero? Still zero. Because you won't add much to the table, and very much you'll start removing resources from the table, like food,
yeah,
water, for example, right? Because you'll become a burden to the system, well, to someone else, right?
yeah,
You know, and as they say, if you have grandparents or whatever, or expect something like that, maybe plan for that too, as much as you can. All right. So, all right. Well, I guess that's my cue because I have 10% left. Anyways,
yeah,
take care, everyone. I'll
yeah. Take care.
I'll I'll message you later, Shadow.
Yeah, no, you
I'll message
always
you
do.
later.
Yeah,
Yeah, probably with some
that will
voice
be
message
fine
or whatever. Take care.
as usual.
Take care, everyone.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless. See you. Okay, guys. Time for me to wrap things up. Hey, Hando. Good to see you. You're a little bit late. I'm going to wrap things up now. Thanks, guys, for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next week. Same time, same channel. So take care. Stay safe. Stay vigilant. And God bless. And I am out.